looked the same, that they were going to flood us tonight. That was purpose my question.
I've lost everyone on the screen, so all I see is a white screen now. So I can't see who's here. Did Councilmember Ward come attend yet?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes, I just heard her, so I'll just take your cue after you call the meeting to order.
Okay, let me relaunch. Let me go ahead and relaunch my Zoom. Okay. Oh, there we are. Okay, I'm back. All right, please. Thank you, City Clerk. If you could take roll call, that'd be great.
Councilmember Ham.
Here.
Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Ward.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here.
And we do have one comment, if you'd like to hear that now.
That'd be great. Thank you, Joanne.
Okay, and this is from Celine Aragay, Labor Relations Representative. My name is Celine Aragay, and I am the Labor Relations Representative for the San Clemente City Employees Association. Please read the attached letter as part of the public comments in relation to closed session item A on behalf of SCCEA. Thank you. And the letter reads, Dear Council members, we are again writing to you in connection with the San Clemente City Employees Association's Memorandum of Understanding with the City which expires June 30, 2020. For 2 months, FCCEA has respectfully sought to have the city affirmatively act to implement our negotiated agreement for a new MOU. Since the council adopted and approved the negotiated tentative agreement at its March 3rd, 2020 meeting, subject only to a single revision, and since FCCEA has formally communicated our acceptance of that one revision, we do not believe another vote of the council is required or appropriate. To the extent the city's March 3, 2020 action may have presented FCCEA with an opportunity to further negotiate that single revision, FCCEA waives that opportunity. As a result, FCCEA respectfully requests that at your June 16, 2020 meeting, you direct the interim city manager to take any such action you deem necessary to implement our agreement as adopted by the council effective July 1, 2020. Respectfully, San Clemente City Employees Association. That's the only comment I have.
Okay, thank you so much, Joanne. Do council members have any comments to make on any of on the comments that were just provided, or anything else before we go into closed session? No, hearing none. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Motion to adjourn closed session.
Thank you. And I'll second that motion. So Councilmember James made the motion to adjourn, and Ferguson seconded that motion. May we take a vote? Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson is an aye, so it's unanimous. We'll adjourn to closed session, and it is currently 5:06 p.m. Thanks. We'll go ahead and, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I heard you.
You're back on mute.
All right, we're good. We'll call the meeting to order then at 6:10 p.m. Councilmember James, since you have a flag near you, would you do the honors of the pledge?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
The United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For all. Thank you very much, Councilmember James. City Clerk, would you like to conduct the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Ham,
Here.
Councilmember James,
Here.
Councilmember Ward,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here.
Okay, the first item on the agenda is a toll road update.
Do we have a toll road update tonight?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Please.
City Manager Eric Sund. Good afternoon, Council. With regards to the toll road update, I think the most significant thing to report out is the progress of the Senate Bill 1373, authored by Senator Bates, moving forward. We're here either late this week or early next week. City residents who want to provide letters of support to that bill. And I think it's also important to note that there has been a lot of good support within both the Appropriations Committee that heard the bill and now moving forward in Senate. And I just want to thank Senator Bates' office for helping move this forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Councilmember Ward. Can I make a statement?
Please, Councilmember Ward.
So I would like to see if there is council support to ask staff to put on a template letter of support for Senator Bates' bill, along with the addresses, the email addresses for every senator. I'd like to put that out there and see if I have support.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Great idea. Great idea.
I have had many people reach out and they're having trouble finding those addresses, and there's only so many of us to share them, so I appreciate putting that on our city website. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, could I add just, I know the council knows this, but I had a report out of court last Thursday. Would you?
Oh, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, the city and the reserve had filed motions for judgment and motions for summary adjudication of the case against TCA and the other defendants in the case. Those were for, we had sought in that case, in those motions, disposition of the case before trial. When the judge decided in the defendant's favor that this case needed to go to trial, he was presented by the other parties with an order that missed our cases altogether. And so we took issue with that on the city's behalf. In argument in an ex parte hearing last Thursday, the judge agreed with the city's argument that the case was still active and that it hadn't been disposed of by his in those pre-trial motions, and agreed that it could go forward. The city had presented, as we announced at your last meeting, terms for settling the case to TCA, but those were rejected at its last meeting without explanation. So the case is still going forward on the merits in terms of TCA's ability under the current statute to put a toll road through the middle of San Clemente, also taking issue with its continued levy of development impact fees for a freeway that was canceled in 2016. So that's, we had a good day in court on Thursday. I wanted to bring that to the council's attention.
Great. Thank you so much, City Attorney. Any further comments on the toll road? Okay. Hearing none. City Clerk?
The Yes, the next item on the agenda is an update on the homeless issue, and we do have one comment.
Great, thank you. If you could please read that, that would be wonderful.
The comment is from Donna Vadreen. The homeless living on the streets and in cars continues to be a problem in San Clemente. Without city leadership, the homeless problem is going to continue and escalate over the next weeks and months. I'm enthusiastic about the homeless task force with the leadership of Gene James, a task force to address the problems and work towards solutions. I request that you keep homeless in San Clemente an agenda item at San Clemente Council meetings until we have met the needs and challenges of our homeless, unsheltered population. I'm enthusiastic about the leadership of Paula Cole and the work of the Human Affairs Committee with Bill Ewing and Tyler Bowden. Some objectives that are being discussed include preventing new family citizens from becoming homeless, securing short-term or long-term housing for current homeless residents, keeping citizens and businesses informed and engaged. This is an election year. When you are asked the question, what has been done successfully and what is your plan for the homeless on our streets, beaches, and public spaces in San Clemente, how will you respond? We can either meet the challenges and needs of the homeless in San Clemente or the problems will continue and most likely worsen for our city. Donna Vadreen, San Clemente resident and business owner. That's all I have for comments.
Great, thank you, Laura. Very good comments. Any other comments from council on this? I know we have a CityNet contract tonight. We can talk more on addressing homelessness there. Any other comments? Okay.
Okay, the next item is fiscal year 2020-21 financial update.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This is Jake Ron, the Financial Services Officer for the City of San Clemente. As stated previously, we were going to come back with monthly updates to council as we go through the year. We prepared a simple report. It's just 2 pages long that was in your information, just to kind of highlight some of the items related to it. As you can see, the focus is on the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the city. The budget for revenues is 69.3, and we're currently at 55.1. And the budget for expenditures is 79.4 million, and we're currently at 58%. On the revenue side, just a quick summary, we're at 80% of the budgeted revenue amount. Last year at the end of April, just for comparison purposes, we were also at 80%. So the dollar amount also compared to the previous year is lower by about 800,000, and that is primarily related to intergovernmental revenues for the sidewalk, safe routes to school, capital grants. On the expenditure side, the expenditures are 73% of the budget for the year, and this is slightly higher than the last year percentage, which was 71% in the prior year at the end of April. Overall, the largest dollar increases occurred in public safety, and those are primarily related to the police and fire ambulance contracts and those increases. Also, some maintenance contracts in public works were also up. Overall, there's more information on the table 1, which is an attachment to the report, and I'm just here available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ron, for providing this. I have a question. When you bring this back again, what meeting would it be where you would bring this report back again? I just wanted to see the results of the revenue reductions for COVID related. Would it be July or August?
Typically, it takes a little bit of time to close out monthly activities. I'm anticipating the May one we'll probably either bring back in the meeting in July or first thing in August, but closing out the year end takes a little bit more time. We're doing a lot of accrual through June 30th, and we don't receive those receipts until after in like July, August timeframe. So that we would probably bring back sometime in October timeframe as to how things close out. So, but overall, we're coming in generally where I expected at this point. So.
Oh, October. Okay. Is there an opportunity for you to bring this back in July or August so we can get a better idea of the revenues coming in and also how we might be covering those revenue reductions?
Basically, the revenue reductions were already kind of incorporated in the budget, the projected numbers, and I'm anticipating we'll end the year where the projected numbers were in the budget. Some of the revenues and expenses might be a little bit high. Again, kind of going to that conversation, we were always conservative and we'd always come in higher on revenues. We might have a little bit of softness on the revenue side, but again, we always have cost savings on the expenditure side.
Okay, well, that's great. I'd love to have you come back just to do a verbal, if not, it doesn't have to be a written report, but a verbal status on that at the July 7th meeting. I think that would be excellent to see if that comes in as expected. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Are there questions of council of Mr. Ron?
I have a quick question.
Please.
Jake, isn't it true the property taxes that we just all paid in April, when is the date that we're actually going to see those?
Most of the receipts have already occurred. You're thinking from a residential standpoint. There are also business taxes that come in that are what we call unsecured. Those due dates were at the end of May. So again, the county needs to receive those, and then it takes time for them to basically summarize it and allocate it based on the cities. And that, I would say the property tax numbers we can probably get a little bit quicker. But again, we're still anticipating receipts in the June and July timeframe that relate to the old fiscal year. We should have a better idea soon.
Right. So what Mayor Pro Tem is asking for in July, are you able to do that where it's just a general update, knowing that we probably don't have all of our receipts in?
You know, the biggest factor that's out there is the sales tax, and that one, it takes 3 months for us to generally get all that information, and that's where I was talking kind of in the July and the August timeframe. We're really making receipts, or we're getting receipts for the old year. Until we get more information on the sales tax. But again, property tax is the biggest number in the general fund, so I think we might be able to bring something back that can focus on that a little bit more and address that in a more thorough fashion.
Okay. So, Mayor, we do have a meeting in early July, but the council is off the second meeting in July and the first meeting of August. What about Jake bringing it back the last meeting of August so that he would have better numbers, that we could actually see something?
If I might step in really quick, what we could do, again, council may not have that second meeting in July, but staff could probably prepare, I don't want to call it a trade memo or something along those lines for distribution to council, and we could stick something out there related to that, and that would give us a little bit more time to put some information together and get it to you in a reasonable time frame. So, okay.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I would be for that, for them sending us that, like a paper on that, an email.
As long as, I like that, as long as it can be shared on our website too, for the public to see as well. That'd be great.
And we just try to probably keep it in, I'll call it a similar format to what we're bringing to you right now. Hopefully that works, and we might do a little bit more of a write-up or something along those lines.
Thank you. That sounds great, Mr. Ron. Thank you so much, and thanks for your input, Councilmember Ward. That's great. All right, any other questions before we move on? Okay.
Okay, the next item is oral communications, and we do have some comments. Would you like to hear those now?
Yes, please.
Okay, the first one is from Mary and Todd Anderson. I am perplexed as to why the city wishes to close Avenida Del Mar every Sunday and permit restaurants to set up their tables and chairs and have merchandise like a swap meet all over the street. We were just down there at our favorite restaurant, and most of the shops are open. The sidewalks are busy, and once again, it is difficult to find a parking spot. It seems that there has been a pent-up demand, and businesses are recovering. Avenida Del Mar is the jewel of this city, with fashionable shops and good restaurants. Let's not turn it into swap meet Avenida Del Mar and make it look like a trashy street. And where's the parking when you eliminate all the street parking? The next one is from Bob Mason. I live on Avenida Granada, and every time there is an event on Del Mar, our block is severely impacted by parking and traffic. With Del Mar closed on a Sunday, driveways will be blocked, and we will have a lot more cars speeding down our streets. And I now understand that there is not a plan by the city for parking, as you are going to eliminate a lot of street parking on Del Mar and Ola Vista. How many parking spaces are you going to eliminate? I read the staff report, and it states that the city will encourage bicycles and walking to this fair every Sunday. That is really naive. Do these city employees live in San Clemente? Adjacent residential streets should not have to bear this burden every time Del Mar is closed. You guys need a parking plan. Next is from Hoyen Ip. She says, Dear San Clemente City Council, Meals on Wheels has been a great service for seniors in many cities. AgeWell Senior Services is the contractor in South County. I assume they deserve much of the credit. In May, a Meals on Wheels customer sent me this photo. Thought styrofoam was banned. Later, she wrote, they had recycle 6 on bottom. I put them in the recycle bin. I told her styrofoam foodware is banned. It's a type of number 6. Numbers 3 to 7 are not recyclable. And this got me concerned about the unnecessary waste from 15 meals a week, week after week. On June 2nd, AgeWell contract was in Dana Point's council agenda. Now I know cities pay them too. I asked Dana Point to talk to AgeWell for a reusable container pilot program. While delivering the food, yesterday's containers could be picked up to be washed at the facility. And I showed this photo of microwave dishwasher-safe containers I got from takeout orders. Councilman Wyatt said that this should be done even if COVID didn't create more Meals on Wheels customers and similar services. I hope San Clemente could also talk to AgeWell for the reusable pilot. Unfortunately, many people know little about the different aspects of single use. This Meals on Wheels customer is concerned that reusables will cost her more. Numerous studies show reusables are cheaper than disposables. Small Business Development Center said in the Restaurant Rapid Recovery webinar, quote, if you use all disposable items, you'll have definite increase of costs, so lowering your food cost is important, end quote. I tell people cities have landfill diversion targets to meet, are required to address environmental justice. Sometimes I don't believe you, so no chance to tell them the health consequences of single-use plastic and trash. AgeWell could be a good partner for public education. I'd be very happy to help on this reusable pilot program. Once set, it will enable me to go upstream and to do more trash talks. Thank you.
Next comment is from Judith Brandt. I spoke against allowing e-bikes on the San Clemente Beach Trail when it was an agenda item last year. My main concern was for the safety of all users of the beach trail and concerned that there would be a direct correlation between the proliferation of e-bikes on the trail and diminution of comfort and safety for all trail users. At that time, the City Council assured those of us who spoke against allowing e-bikes on trails that there were usage requirements that would manage these concerns. I see no such evidence that this is the case. I take this opportunity to voice again my ongoing and growing concern, not only for the multitude of e-bikes on the trail, but also with those now being written on the beach trail, tide lines, city streets, dedicated bike lanes, and prohibited sidewalks. My concerns are numerous: undue speed, failure to follow rules of the road, reckless driving, no enforcement, no helmets, and most significantly, underage children unlawfully riding dangerous vehicles. These concerns are echoed by a large number of neighbors on Nextdoor website. This is a calamity waiting to happen. Regulations, enforcement, and monitoring are overdue. The problems are only going to increase as the summer months progress and more e-bikes are on the roads, trails, walkways, and beaches. Your immediate reconsideration is required. Thank you, Judith Brandt. Next comment is from Robert Mason. I live on Avenida Granada, and every time there's an event on Del Mar, our block is severely impacted by parking and traffic. With Del Mar closed on Sunday, driveways will be blocked, and we will have a lot more cars speeding down our streets. And I now understand that there's not a plan by the city for parking if you are going to eliminate a lot of street parking on Del Mar and Ola Vista. How many parking spaces are you going to eliminate? I read the staff report and it states that the city will encourage bicycles and walking to this fair every Sunday. That is really naive. Do these city employees live in San Clemente? Adjacent residential streets should not have to bear this burden every time Del Mar is closed. You guys need a parking plan. Bob Mason, San Clemente. Next comment is from Brenda Baker. I've been a homeowner and business owner in San Clemente since 1994. I'm reaching out to you regarding two important subjects related to the San Clemente 2020 fireworks. I'm asking that two items be discussed at the Tuesday, June 16th City Council meeting. First, I've heard that the 4th of July fireworks show may be relocated to the Hermosa Sports Park. The pier is the best location for the following reasons: tradition, beauty over the water, and low fire risk. The sports park, high fire risk, and very close to homes, especially those with a large ratio of children and pets. Both locations, like all events, challenge social distancing, neither one more than the other. The fire risk is extreme in the Talega area due to an expansive amount of dry brush that could easily catch fire, burn through the trails and Talega homes, continuing to the base. I ask that the City Council continue to hold the fireworks at the pier should the city decide to host them this year. Secondly, I've heard that there may be a reduction in city staff positions due to lack of finances. The fireworks are something most people look forward to, but not at the cost of staff positions. Are the fireworks being organized this year? I'm asking that you, the City Council members, address these issues at the Tuesday, June 16th meeting and present a resolution to the residents of San Clemente who are unclear of the current status of these important subjects. Thank you for your consideration and your service to the Spanish Village by the Sea. Brenda Baker. Next comment is from Nate Vance. Can the City Council please put the reconsideration of an annual budget on the agenda today or during a potential meeting before the next fiscal year is supposed to start? I have comments about this whole situation that I submitted for item 9 later in the agenda, but in case you don't get to that business today, I would like to urge the Council to reconsider the wise course of adopting an annual plan and not living paycheck to paycheck. As a lifelong resident of San Clemente, I feel it's my duty to write you about a very disturbing subject. As a longtime attendee of council meetings and now watching them from home, I'm disgusted with the behavior of certain council members. Laura and Jean have in no way exhibited leadership qualities. By posting city issues on Facebook, it only shows immature and childlike behavior. Laura is consistently calling out other council members as well as city staff. This behavior needs to stop. We are in a pandemic and our world is facing very difficult times. The council needs to get together, secure the city budget. Laura and Jean need to stop acting like middle schoolers and stop posting on Facebook. Thank you. Ann Perez.
The next comment is from Kathy and Joe Owens. Here goes our City Council again. The following activities have been canceled this year, either by the city or the related organizations. Monthly Avenida Del Mar Craft Fair, the Ocean Festival, the 4th of July fireworks on the pier, and the Fiesta is being postponed. But they think it is just fine to have a city-sponsored mini Fiesta every Sunday by closing off Avenida Del Mar and have restaurants with tables and chairs and merchandise in the sidewalks and street parking lots. When was the last time the city cleaned these sidewalks? This latest idea was promoted by newcomer Councilman Gene James. While it is a good idea to promote and help small businesses, this ill-fated idea is a breeding ground for COVID-19 virus. We now have 73 San Clemente residents with this virus, a 75% increase since statistics were first available. Since Orange County has opened businesses, the weekly infection record is 22% higher and hospitalizations are up 34% from a month ago, according to the Orange County Health Department. And where is the parking when 150 plus parking spaces and more parking lots are closed? The staff report stated that the city encourages people to walk and bicycle. Hello, small businesses depend upon available parking, and we do not have the trolley this year. Who wants to eat seated on dirty sidewalk streets or handle or buy merchandise clothes on racks that have been touched by dozens of people passing by? Not me. Let's promote our downtown businesses by eating inside a more sanitized place and shopping for merchandise inside stores who promote social distancing and sanitize their stores and merchandise. San Clemente's mission statement's first priority is the health and safety of its residents. Our city council has once again failed us. Vote in the next election. Next comment is from Janine Lindner. I am asking that the city manager reconsider hosting the fireworks at the pier on the 4th of July, 2020. It is a beautiful, long-standing tradition. The park option leaves so many residents of San Clemente out of the celebration with no place to park and enjoy the show. There is also the chance of fire danger, most notably the recent fire in Camp Pendleton. Our town has been through so much this year. It would be a huge sign of healing for our beach community, as we can all agree that our families, town, and country are ready for a good dose of happy. I am also requesting that my comments be part of the public record, public comments at the meeting next Tuesday, June 16th. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
Okay. Next comment is from Sandy Exelby. My friend and I were talking on the beach trail where it is quite narrow near the pier, and were nearly hit by an electric bike twice. There just wasn't enough room for walkers, runners, dogs, and bikes. E-bikes seem to go very fast as well. Another rider was going along next to the waves on the sand. Walking on Ola Vista, the e-bikes fly past, ignoring traffic rules and often ridden by very young kids. When this concern was mentioned on local social media, there were many residents concerned. Let's not wait for an accident that is bound to cause injuries due to the speed they go. Next comment is from Robert Schollerart. The beach trail has morphed into a scene from the Wild West with the introduction of electric bikes. Out-of-control pedal bikes are a serious safety hazard on the beach trail, but e-bikes take that hazard to an exponentially higher level. I personally have witnessed numerous near misses of e-bikes traveling at 20 miles per hour, forcing pedestrians to dodge out of harm's way. I have had e-bikes with surfboard fins pointing outward come within inches of my ankle while walking the trail. Imagine what kind of injury that would entail. I cringe to think about what will happen when an e-bike slams full body into a toddler at 20 miles per hour, let alone an adult. From what I can see, there's no enforcement of the speed limit on the trail and no signage with regard to the speed limit. Statistically speaking, with the amount of near misses that occur with these vehicles, it will not be if, but when a fatality occurs. A lawyer will have a field day at the city's expense. As a retired safety professional in industry for 42 years, I strongly urge the city to take the necessary steps to ban these dangerous vehicles from the beach trail. Next comment is from Donna Vidrine. Please report on what is being done to create hospital beds in San Clemente. What is the plan for providing hospital care to include emergency services for our 60,000 people? In San Clemente, we have great schools, fire departments, police services, senior services, doctors, and outpatient urgent care services, but no hospital care services. A hospital and emergency services is vital for our community's healthcare needs and well-being. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donna Vidrine. Next comment is from Debbie Zonos. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and City Council members. I'm sure you're aware that the Orange County Board of Supervisors on June 15th allowed the reopening of practices for youth sports under COVID-19 industry guidance day camps. Many club teams are prepared and ready to return to the fields, having provided the city, parents, and players with a roadmap for returning to play with the approved safety and health protocols in place. Speaking for my son's soccer team, they have requested that all parents and players have all soccer waivers and disclosures related to COVID-19 signed by last Saturday, June 13th. As of this email, the city has not provided the club teams with their permits to return to the field. The kids need to get back to practicing so they can do what they do best and compete at the level they are used to. I respectfully ask that you as a council direct staff to provide the permits to those teams who are in compliance and ready to return to the field. And final comment is from Rick Leffler. I read with amusement Eric Sun's comment regarding the moving of the 4th of July fireworks to the beach to the sports park. Mr. Sun's assertion that people will be able to view the fireworks while maintaining social distancing is ludicrous. First of all, far fewer people will be able to view the fireworks from their homes if the display is moved. The display is visible to more people's residence if the display is initiated from the beach. Secondly, the social distancing. The target parking lot and the outlet lot will be packed. There is far more room to spread out down along the coast. And lastly, the safety issue. There's no chance of personal injury or fire issues from the fireworks if they are launched from the barge. The hazard of both is extreme when launched from the sports park. After watching the multiple thousands of people massed at protests across the country, it makes no sense to relocate the 4th of July display due to social distancing. Please reassess this decision. Rick Leffler. And that's all I have for public comments, or for oral communications.
Okay, the next item, if we could have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Mayor
City
Pro
Clerk?
Tem,
I'm sorry, my button was on mute. I apologize. City Clerk, I just wanted to make a comment since we heard some comments about the fireworks show and we got so many emails on that this week, last couple of days and over the weekend about the fireworks show. I did check in with the Fireworks America just to do a little research to see what it would take if council did want to decide to relocate them back to the pier. And although the fireworks, the package has been ordered already, it'd still be a beautiful show. There'd just be smaller boom. But that can be done. However, if council wanted to do that, the firework vendor would have to have a revised application into OCFA by 9 a.m. tomorrow. And then, of course, anything on the pier requires Coast Guard permission as well. So that just wanted to let you know that in the event we wanted to consider that at any time tonight.
so Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember James. And let's go ahead and vote on that. Councilmember Ham?
Yeah, I'm going to be an aye, but if you're trying to agendize an item requiring immediate action, Laura, in discussion about the fireworks, I'd be supportive of that. I think we all want to have the tradition of the fireworks go on. I just would look to Scott to see how we can get that accomplished. And if we can't get that accomplished.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, the council was authorized this vote to add items to the agenda where information came to its attention after the posting of the agenda, and it can't wait until your next meeting. So if you could make those findings with regard to about fireworks, then you could vote to add that to your agenda for discussion and further direction tonight.
Okay. Well, I think that would be the case, considering...
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilmember James?
I think we recognize whatever we can do to get those fireworks moved back to the pier, I think we should do this evening. Thank you.
Great. So we could everyone hear me okay?
Oh, you're muted now, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so let's see. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to add that tonight, since it sounds like council, thank you, has some support for doing that. So, because it does require immediate action, considering OCFA would need a revised application from the vendor by 9 a.m. tomorrow. So,
I think, I'm sorry, the conversation you reported, Mayor Pro Tem, sounded like it happened after the posting of the agenda, and that together with the public input you've received tonight, I think would satisfy the first prong, that it arose after the agenda's posting. If the council, if you wanted to include that in your motion, and the council agreed.
okay, that would be my motion. Thank you for your help, City Attorney.
Second.
Okay, all right, Ferguson made a motion. Councilmember James seconded, and let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Enthusiastically aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
even more enthusiastically.
Thank you. And Ferguson's an aye, so that passes unanimous 4-0. Now, what next, Scott? What next do we do with this item?
Now it's on your agenda. You just need to decide at what point you'd like to decide and/or act on it in the proceedings tonight. You could do it now or at some definite point that you designate, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'd like to do it now if I have a support for doing that now, having that discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, it wouldn't be a definite go because the vendor, of course, would need to get the permission of the Coast Guard. So that is something that would be the hang-up. So we don't know yet how that will turn out. But OCFA was very supportive of them submitting a revised application.
So I'll make a motion, Laura, if you're comfortable.
Okay, please do, Councilmember Ham.
I make a motion that we direct staff to do everything in their power to get the fireworks moved back to the Pier Bowl. And we grant Mayor Pro Tem the authority to call the Coast Guard directly with her position and try to grease the skids on that one.
I like that. I'll second that motion. Is there any other discussion before we take a vote? Councilmember Ward, Councilmember James?
No, I'm going to be an aye.
Okay, so let's take a vote on that. Councilmember Ward?
Mayor Pro Tem, can I make one point of clarification? I apologize.
Yes, please, Mr. Sun.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. This is Eric Sun, Assistant City Manager. Understand the direction we're going. The one variable that I'm asking for Lieutenant Manhart to come on, there is going to be some concern being able to deploy enough resources from the perspective. And it looks like, Lieutenant Manhart, did you just join us?
See his name on there.
It's a phone number, but I know that Lieutenant Manhart would want to comment on what he could or couldn't do. Tell Brian to call him. I don't know who that is down there at the bottom.
I'm not sure. You don't see the full number.
That's Samantha Wiley waiting if she needs to speak up with regards to the fireworks show.
Okay, that's great.
In right now.
Okay, is there a list? Let's see. I see the participants. There's 17. I just don't see all the names. Well, how about we defer this to the little bit later in the meeting until Chief Manhart can join us, and perhaps someone could get in touch with him. How does that sound, Council?
So real quick, Laura, I made a motion. I think you seconded it. I think we're going to have Gene's support on this one. I think we're going to get the support. The motion in itself was to give staff the ability to do everything in their power to get it moved back to the pier. Whatever Lieutenant Manhart has to say is not going to change my mind. I still want the fireworks to the pier.
Perfect.
So.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, I'll take a roll call for the vote then. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, so that passes 4-0. So thank you so much, and we'll move on. City Clerk?
Yes, the next item on the agenda is the closed session report by the city attorney.
There was direction given, but no reportable action taken in closed session, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The Council did have some items that remained unfinished, and time permitting, continued those to pick up after the open session this evening.
Okay. Next item is the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action, and the public has requested that item K be removed, and I will ask Laura if she's received any other requests.
I have not received any other requests.
Okay, so just K from the public.
Okay. Any others from Council? Do we have any requests for removal of items?
I was going to ask for K as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. Any others?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to move the balance.
Okay, thank you. We have a second?
Second.
All right, so Councilmember Ward, and I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who made the second. Was it Councilmember James or Councilmember Ham?
Ham.
Okay, Councilmember Ham seconded, and we'll take a vote. So that would be Councilmember James.
Aye.
Okay, and Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Councilmember Ham.
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, so the balance is moved with 4-0, unanimous. Thank you.
And item K is a contract amendment for homeless outreach services.
Okay, do we have a report on that or any little summary from staff?
I'll be very short, Mayor Pro Tem. Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. So before you tonight, you have a recommendation to award a second amendment to the existing contract with CityNet to continue to provide homeless outreach services within the city of San Clemente. And as you recall, at your last regular scheduled meeting under the Community Development CDBG Annual Action Plan, it was communicated that there was CDBG COVID monies that were available specifically for COVID that could backfill these services. And so if you recall, the current contract is a part-time contract that expires on June 30th of 2020. This amendment before you is taking it for $75,000 for a period of 8 months of mobile outreach services funded through the CDBG COVID monies. And so in addition to the staff report, there's some graphs that provide a little bit of the number of contacts, the street exits, and the outreach line calls that they've received. With that, that'll conclude staff's presentation, and I stand ready to answer any questions, and we're also asking CityNet to jump on in case there's some questions specific for CityNet as well.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Sund. Do we have any comments or questions from council?
We do have one from the public if you'd like to hear that.
Oh, do we? Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Laura?
Yep. Okay, this comment is from Eric Ward. Mayor and City Council, the staff is recommending that the CityNet homeless outreach contract be increased by $75,000 to extend to February 28, 2021. Mayor Ferguson and I met with OCSD homeless liaison officers, and they reported that they think that CityNet is doing a good job. I support extending the contract, but we need several changes to make the CityNet more effective. Per Eric Sund's email on April 20th, the city staff person responsible for CityNet has resigned. Is there a staff person assigned to CityNet? Per CityNet report, since December 2019, there have been 22 street exits. Of the 22 exits, 16 were sent to temporary shelters and hotels. CityNet needs to report recidivism numbers so we are not paying for a revolving door. CityNet needs to place the homeless where there are programs to prevent them from being homeless and not just in a shelter or hotel room. The CityNet made contacts with 70 individuals in May. The 2019 Pitt homeless count was 96, so CityNet may be reaching 73% of the homeless. CityNet needs to increase the number of individuals contacted to try to reach 100%. The contract should specify that on-site homeless outreach will be a team of 2 people for 2 days per week for a total of 32 hours per week. CityNet's reports have improved. The following additional information would be useful. Number of hours on site per week by CityNet staff, areas of city that were covered, and number of new arrivals with place of origin. Thank you, Eric Ward. That's all I have for public comment.
Thank you so much, Deputy City Clerk. I'll save my suggestions for later. Council, do we have any questions of staff or any comments?
I have comments, Mayor.
Please, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember James.
You know, I'm not saying CityNet's good. I'm not saying they're bad. In my view, they have not established that they're so good that we shouldn't look at other providers. In 6 months, there were 22 removed off the streets, but I'd like to note that 40% of that, nine of those were removed just last month. And to Mr. Ward's point, there is no mention of recidivism rate. You know, how many of these people are coming back on the streets? We're not seeing any fewer tents or homeless people living on the streets. It seems like, you know, we have the same number there. my question for staff is, did we look at other providers to provide this service? I mean, $75,000 is, is a chunk of money, and, we need to be good stewards of that $75,000. So for Mr. Sun, did we look at other providers, and if so, which providers did we look at?
So, Councilmember James, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council, Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager, when we originally began contracting for outreach services, we did do some research into other providers. At the time, when we contracted with them, we had learned that there was more or less kind of an understanding within the social services world as North, Central, and South Orange County. And so at the time, Mercy House was kind of the provider of social services in the South, and CityNet was kind of more focused in Central and Northern Orange County. Thereafter, Mercy House, we ended up ending our service with them, but they're still providing services via the county via HEAP funds for the city of San Clemente and a number of southern Orange County cities. We then looked at CityNet based on other South County cities, specifically Newport and a couple of others, City of Lake Forest, that were starting to use them, and were happy with the results and the reporting that CityNet provided. I am not aware of any other mobile outreach services. The Friendship Shelter is another South County-based social services agency. However, they operate obviously the ASL in Laguna Beach, and they focus on shelter services. And so in a year, we could go out to RFP, but one of the things that's beneficial to outreach services is having a already existing partner in the county that's connected to the continuum of care, which helps oversee bedding and shelter services. And both Mercy House and CityNet are part of that continuum of care board. And I know we have Matt Bates on the line, who's the president of CityNet, who may want to elaborate a little further on my explanation, if that's okay, Councilmember James.
It's fine.
Matt, did you want to kind of go into anything else beyond that in terms of other outreach providers in the Orange County Basin?
Yeah, thanks for having me. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity and for your consideration of the request. And, we've appreciated the partnership with San Clemente so far. I kind of heard two questions. One was on, data and reporting. And so, I know that you have access to our dashboard reports. But we also, some of the requests for other particular data points, these are things that we can provide the city. So at your request, in terms of, more of an accounting, we always try to run the balance of a monthly dashboard report that people kind of at a glance can get a picture of what's going on. So have enough detail so that people can see, but not have it be too detailed to where, one, it's burdensome for us to produce, and then two, people don't read it. So if there's particular things that you want to see in the future, you can always let us know, and we'll do our best to accommodate those requests. But in terms of outreach teams, the healthcare agency is a big, does a lot of street outreach and engagement. That's county-funded agency, and they're focused on behavioral health services and mental health services kind of exclusively. So they do provide housing to those that are those clients that are diagnosed as needing mental health services or behavioral health services. But if you don't fit that profile, then they're not funded to reach out to those clients. And then that's a county agency that's accountable to all the cities in the county. Then there are other agencies like veterans agencies and domestic violence shelters and groups that work maybe with youth that are subpopulations of homeless neighbors that will do outreach. But for the most part, those entities are funded to serve their subpopulations. So our vision was really to be an agency that we would do any and all of the above, and that we would when we started, we didn't have access to any beds that we controlled. So on one hand, that was a disadvantage because when we encountered somebody that wanted to get off the streets, we couldn't just take them to our shelter. But on the other hand, we learned to avail ourselves of all the resources, learn all the resources that existed within the county, and to not have a client profile. So we can kind of specialize in those chronic cases that are the most difficult to house because we don't have a client profile per se. There's nobody that doesn't qualify for our outreach services. And in that sense, we're a bit unique in the county. We're certainly have the largest breadth and the greatest depth in terms of the size and scope of what we can bring to bear as an agency on street outreach and engagement. But that doesn't mean that there's not other choices or other agencies that do it and do that work. I would say in terms of pricing, we're aware of what those other contracts look like, and ours is they're all pretty well in line. There's pretty standard in terms of like what the expenses are for the agency. It's really the size of the contract just for the most part hinges on two things. One, it's the amount of hours of case managers or street outreach workers that you're dedicating to the field, and then secondly, if there are dollars for housing or shelter attached to that contract. So some contracts that we're engaged in, we have outreach engagement, but then we also have a fund of money for like motel vouchers, sober living homes, relocations, those kinds of things. So if you're looking at size of contracts, trying to compare apples to apples, those would be the areas that I would encourage you to look.
Thank you, Mr. Bates, for providing that. Thank you so much. I have some questions, if I may. Mr. Bates, earlier we had a comment from Eric Ward, resident Eric Ward, and he and I have met a few times, and as he noted, we met with a couple of the deputies that spend a great portion of their time on homelessness in San Clemente. And he had sent earlier this week to Mr. Sund and I it was seven metrics, so to speak, as performance for monthly reports. If we get those over to you, could you look at those and see if perhaps you could meet those every month and get those to us? It just gives people a better picture of the progress we're making on reaching all the homeless. And the deputies, by the way, who we met with, had absolute positive things to say about CityNet and their interactions with those in the field. So thanks for the good work there, because I trust that they're out there in the field with them and can see firsthand what's going on. So, but just to tell you, so the public knows, a couple of these metrics that Mr. Ward had suggested to us is, for instance, the number of individuals in case management per month, the street exits and destinations per week for your street exit destination report, number of new arrivals and place of origin, and then as Councilmember James said earlier, the recidivism rate would be also helpful to add to this. So if that's something I would like to recommend tonight, that we add that to the contract as an exhibit, just these performance indicators. Do some of those suggestions sound like something you could meet every month, Mr. Bates?
Yeah, those are all, well, I'll say that those are all familiar categories for us. There are some things like recidivism can be a bit of a challenge because we don't always have access to like shelter registries. So if we place somebody in Bridges at Kramer Place in Anaheim, for example, we don't have access to an ongoing roster from Mercy House, which operates that shelter. So we know the client went in, and we may know that in San Clemente, the client hasn't returned to San Clemente, but in terms of, if they left, even if they left Bridges at Kramer Place, we don't get a report on that, and so they could have left to go back to the streets in Anaheim in that case, or maybe they went back to San Clemente. We would only know it, in other words, if we re-encounter them on the streets. So we can provide the recidivism, but just know that it's going to be limited because we just have access to limited information after we place clients into shelters. And the second thing about new arrivals in places of origin. So that's always that's probably the number one data question / data challenge that I face with cities and with the county. It's broadly under community ties. Different cities and different communities define community ties differently. There's no national standard, to our knowledge, that would, coming from HUD or anywhere else, that would say, like, here's how you define somebody who lacks a fixed permanent address. Here's how you define the community to which they belong, or to the community to which they're tied. So then what happens is municipalities define that on their own, and typically it's some combination of like last permanent address, maybe a last city that you slept in unsheltered, school district, enrollments if you've got kids, employment, records or employment histories if you've worked in a community. But in Southern California, where the cities are all pushed up against each other, it's not uncommon for people to travel between cities. So I would just say that to me again, it's very common, and I would just seek further clarification in terms of what San Clemente would like to see in terms of a definition of community ties. And then secondly, the nature of our work, we don't always know. So in street outreach, we're really the front end of the wedge, in terms of engagement with homeless neighbors and trying to connect them to a broader system of care, a continuum of care. And at the very beginning, it's not uncommon for there to be mistrust. The first encounter, you might just get a person's first name, and that's really all they want to give. And you have a short conversation, and they say, "No, thank you, I'm fine. I'm happy to be here where I'm at. I don't need anything." And particularly when you're dealing with people that have mental health issues and/or behavioral health issues, it can just take a process of building trust. Same as with any of the human services. You got to build trust, person to person, before you can often get to a point where you're having conversations about, how did you get here, and where did you come from, and how can we help you get to where you want to go, and do, in our case, a full HMIS intake. And that's where, when we do the HMIS intake, if a client agrees to that, that's when we would capture last permanent address and also city in which the individual became homeless. There's 2 questions on the HMIS intake form that are linked to community ties, in addition to where are you standing right now, the city that you're engaged in. So really 3 questions. And then from there we can run any kind of reports that you want, but not everybody, it's just important to recognize that not everybody who's an outreach contact necessarily gets to a point where they agree to complete a full HMIS intake. And then sometimes even when they do an HMIS intake, all the answers to all the questions are voluntary, and so they may or may not answer that question. So I know that's a kind of a long answer, and maybe it's way too far in the weeds, but I've been down this road before a few times, and something that on the surface seems like a simple question can have multiple layers of complexity. And I just want to preview that now, so that if we get down that road, it doesn't look like we're trying to withhold or unable to produce that information. It's just that it can be challenging to provide, given all the factors that I mentioned.
Right. No, thank you, Mr. Bates. That was an excellent answer, very educational. So thank you so much for that. So I'll go ahead and, if council supports having a performance report each month, then I'm happy to forward these over to you, or ask Mr. Sun to forward these different performance measures over to you. Are there any questions of staff, council? Any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem, what did you mean by you're willing to forward them?
If council supports in the motion at the end of our discussion here tonight, if council supports having a monthly performance report with these particular indicators, then I can share those with him. Of course, if council doesn't support that, I won't be willing to share those with him, because it will be irrelevant.
Oh, I see. So you're talking about in the motion?
Yes.
Okay. So I would just say that to the extent possible, that they will provide the city of origin, understanding that it's very difficult with this population, but to the extent possible that they are able to, or when they are able to, that they will include that. I think that's fair. to ask for.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Any other questions of staff or Mr. Bates? Any
Mayor
comments?
Pro Tem, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember.
The couple questions, I'll ask them at the same time. You can answer them separately. With the numbers that I saw, 22 in 6 months, but there were 9 in May. What happened in May that your activity level in getting these people off the street went up, skyrocketed? And the second question I have for you is, you mentioned you placed some of these folks in sober living houses. Do you place them in sober living houses in San Clemente? And those are my questions.
So, okay, yeah, so appreciate that. Yeah, so I would think the answer would be 2 parts. I think to answer your first question about the street exits and how that changes over time. One is, it's a process, and the process takes a little while to pay off. In other words, at the beginning, we're building trust. We are learning, frankly, as an agency, we're learning the city, we're learning the ins and outs of the city. We're learning the spa and the resources within the spa. We're learning the police department and how to interact with them. So there's a learning curve for us at the beginning. There's a learning curve for, the city in terms of how to interact with CityNet and refer clients to us. And then there's a learning curve from the clients themselves to where they're coming to understand who is this agency and how can I trust them. And there's a fair bit of skepticism, as you might understand. So some of it is just, it's a product of time. Over time, it's common for us to see those numbers pick up in a city. We've been doing this for a long enough period of time in close to 2/3 of the cities in Orange County, to where, looking at this street exit trend from December 2019 to May 2020, you'll see it kind of pick up over time. But the other key factor would be just with the onset of COVID-19, that has triggered lots of funding, really, coming from different places, that's essentially open shelter beds. So with the governor's stay-at-home orders, the question for the state was, how do we handle homeless neighbors who can't socially isolate because they don't have a home in which to stay in? And so then that triggered the release of a lot of funding. And so our work in May, continues on in June, is to make sure that we connect all of the eligible homeless neighbors in San Clemente to those shelter beds that have opened up as a result of COVID-19. And there's a trickle-down effect in the sense that, existing shelters that are not COVID-19 shelters that were full before, now have openings, because if people were in those shelters and they were symptomatic, then they were transferred to a motel, which then opened up a shelter bed in a shelter that was previously full. So even if somebody doesn't qualify for a COVID bed, we're finding that there is greater system flow through the system. Then the question about sober living, I use that as an example. I'm looking at our cumulative outcome report specific to San Clemente, and we haven't placed anybody in a sober living in San Clemente to date. So I was using that to illustrate another point. Just in terms of some of our contracts, we have that money built in, but to date we've not had any of the placements where that's been an appropriate placement and or where we've made that connection.
Great. Any other questions, Council? No, hearing none. I'd like to make a motion for this $75,000 of CDBG funds to go to CityNet. So I'd like to approve and authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 2 to contract AC 870 by and between the City of San Clemente and Kingdom Causes, Inc., DBA CityNet, for homeless outreach services. This amendment extends the term of the agreement until February 28, 2021 and increases the contract amount from $62,494 to $137,494, an increase of $75,000. And approve a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $75,000 to account number 017-906-43890, contract services, and CDBG CV grant revenues for $75,000 to account number 017-000-33712. And then lastly, include monthly performance report with list of metrics to be provided by the city. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
No.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, so that passes on a vote of 3-1, with Councilmember James voting no. All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, we do have Lieutenant Manhart on, and so we wanted to have
Oh, is he here?
4th of July before we move on to the next item.
That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Sund.
What I would ask is if the city clerk could provide kind of the council action that was taken prior to the consent as it relates to the 4th of July, so Lieutenant Manhart is aware of the direction of the council, then he can provide input to the city council from an OCSD perspective.
That's great.
Yes, I'd be happy to. There was a motion by Councilmember Ham, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, and it carried unanimously to direct staff to do everything in its power to get the fireworks at the Pier Bowl and to authorize Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson to contact the Coast Guard directly to try to expedite the process.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, City Council, to Lieutenant Manhart, I apologize. I was having technical difficulty logging on. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us, Chief Manhart.
Okay, I have some serious concerns with relocating the fireworks show. Traditionally, it takes us approximately 3 months in planning. We start in May and put together a very elaborate, comprehensive plan for safety personnel, as well as a very elaborate traffic plan. And I assure you, in 2.5 weeks, I cannot assemble a staff to accommodate a traffic plan. Traditionally, what we do is 3 months ahead of time, I contact other divisions and I get other staff members to work. We have usually anywhere from 70 to 80 staff members working on July 4th. And in 2.5 weeks, I will not be able to do that. If this is something that you push forward and you want this to be at the pier, I assure you there will be no street closures, because we don't even have the staff members to man those. We use, the RSVPs, and with the COVID-19 issues right now, the RSVPs aren't working, and we're just not going to have the staff members for that. So you guys can choose to do what you want to do. You're going to put me in a significant problem. But this is not how we traditionally do this. And so I just want to express my concerns, and I will adapt accordingly. But I assure you, we had the bioluminescence parking issue was a month and a half, 2 months ago, and we received numerous complaints about how bad the parking was. I assure you the 4th of July will be 100 times that, and I will not have any staff members to address any parking issues. And if that's something that the City Council would like to do, I would like that to be on the record, knowing that I can't control the parking at the Pier Bowl, at T Street, Linda Lane, all the parks. I just won't have the staffing for that.
Thank you, Chief Manhart. So I just want to ask a question regarding the organizing of the event. So in regards to the peaceful protests that we saw in San Clemente, we organized very quickly, but we did that quickly. Is it because we had called for so much more manpower to manage the crowds, or was the crowd a lot less than we would expect for a fireworks show?
Oh, no. So what happened was, on that, The other issues that we're going to combat now is you have Dana Point that's having a fireworks show that has already utilized many of the staff members that we would be able to pull from. So that's where the challenge is, and having people sign up for that, I'm just not going to be able to do that. In an emergency situation for something like that, for public safety, I can call in what we did for the protests and for those events, and that's on an emergency case basis. But I don't. This isn't an emergency case basis,
Right.
and I cannot force people to come in for a planned fireworks show.
Mm-hmm.
This is a volunteer. So when we have this every year, this is a volunteer. We recruit even from the jails and throughout the department for reserves and everybody to work with us.
Mm-hmm.
The protest, that's a public safety thing. So what we do is we have people respond immediately for those
Right.
types of situations. So it's different.
Understood. And just lastly, what would you do you perceive any safety issues with just not having the additional organizing of the street closures? Do you anticipate problems with that, of just letting it organically happen? Just asking.
Well, there are going to be, so we have tens of thousands of people on the beach. That's going to be a challenge of moving staff members throughout the beach to respond to incidents. That's going to be a challenge. I'm not sure how we would do that. I'm going to have to probably come up with a plan for that. But the other problem too is also for fire authority. I can't block roads if somebody is significantly injured. I can't guarantee that parking issues will permit that. I don't know, but I won't have the staff to ensure that we have that. And traditionally, we have a plan in place where we block streets off that we can have a quick response to address all those problems. And what I'm telling you right now, that will not happen.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Manhart. Council, do you have some questions of Chief Manhart?
Can I ask? So all the way up until right now, I was given the direction, the plan of this is what we were doing. This is what the city had, and within 2 weeks we just changed this. And this July 4th celebration is the largest task that we have, the San Clemente Police Services, and to change that just within 2 weeks and ask me to put together a safety plan is unprecedented.
Right,
And
Chief Manhart.
I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. Right, I understand that. Well, the council decided, it was actually in the COVID-19 closed session item over a month ago, to continue with the show, right? We support doing the fireworks show, but it didn't get announced until the last meeting because it came up in public comments, and our assistant city manager did announce we were having a fireworks show. So yes, we were planning, but it wasn't made public until recently. And then, of course, we got a lot of inquiries from people to relocate it back to the pier. And now that we're in this stage 3 of the COVID-19 crises, we're in the stage 3 now, and it was a different time then. We had it at the park because we were very early in the pandemic. So that's where this came from. So we're just responding to the voice of the people to see if there's any way logistically and feasibly that we could do this. That's all.
And I would like to accommodate it, but I have significant reservations about this.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that with us.
One comment.
Yes, Mr. Sund.
Under stage 3 with the governor's order, we're still prohibited from large crowds gathering. So that was the primary reason for relocating here to Vista Hermosa, so that large crowds wouldn't gather in the Pier Bowl and the beach, etc.
Mr. Sund, thank you. Could you explain, Mr. Sund, just for the public, how we perceive that happening with people seeing the fireworks show there at the park?
So, absolutely, I have Samantha Wiley on the phone, the rec manager, who's logistically been planning the fireworks show at Vista Hermosa, and so with that, I'd ask Samantha to provide a little overview of that location.
That'd be great. Ms. Wiley, please.
Yeah, good evening, Ms. Tim Ferguson. Thank you. This is Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager. So what we're looking at right now, and we've met with our logistics team, and as you are probably aware, that includes OCFA and Public Works, OCSD, and some of our other staff that get involved with events. And so right now what we're looking at is it's going to operate out of Vista Hermosa. We've been able to secure a company that will be live streaming the fireworks show. It was directly under our YouTube channel, the city's YouTube channel. And there'll be narration. There's music that normally goes along with our fireworks show every year. So that's not going to change. The show as it exists out of Hermosa, as you're aware, they're smaller shells, but there's going to be more of them. So there's going to be kind of that bigger show. They just won't go up as high. And then our goal is also we're going to have a little bit of a pre-show where we'll have a national anthem that'll be pre-recorded and again streamed onto the city's YouTube channel. And then staff have done some kind of touring around town, if you will, to understand maybe some good locations to watch the show. And there's, given where the sports park is, and if you drive in kind of that back area of Hermosa, Pico, La Plata, at night you can oftentimes see a little bit of the sports park lights. So if you can see that from those lights from any area in town, you'll very likely be able to see the fireworks show. And given they're going to go about 400 feet up in the air beyond the ground level. So while I understand there's concern about possibly not viewing for what most likely is definitely not here, you'll get still some really good viewing opportunities along La Plata. Certainly there's trail areas, there's some homes in that area that will definitely get a good view. So that's what we're thinking, and we've done our kind of, as I said, driving around town to understand where those areas may be.
Thanks, Ms. Wiley. Do you know what we're doing with there's 750 parking spaces at the sports park. No one's allowed to go in and park, or can they?
We intend to have the sports park closed, only because the majority of the sports park is what's called the fallout zone. It's all in that fallout zone, and we have to be mindful of that to make sure that there's no areas that or folks that might be impacted by that. So at this time, the sports park is closed.
And we can't allow for a certain distance away from the fireworks to allow some cars to park, a few hundred cars to park?
We can certainly address that if that's the desire of the council. I believe that potentially I'd have to go back and look at our mapping, but the Meadows area may allow for that. I just know for sure none of the existing parking spaces would be usable because they are within the fallout zone. And then obviously there's the synthetic turf which we would not allow vehicles on, and that actually is beyond the fall zone as well, because we see if they wouldn't permit if it touches then synthetic turf. So we're cognizant of that also.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wiley. I guess I have one more question for Chief Manhart. Does the city of Dana Point, Chief Manhart, do they close off any streets there?
I don't know what their plan is, but they're anticipating large crowds, so they have probably about the same staffing that we usually have for our 4th of July celebration.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ward, Councilmember Ham, Councilmember James, do you have any questions?
I do.
Oh, great, please. Councilmember.
First, for Ms. Wiley, so do we anticipate, I would anticipate a lot of people will be going into the Target parking lot. Is that correct?
Certainly, I think that's a large possibility. I've connected with that store manager, and she's aware of it. I have notified them essentially that the event is going to occur, and they're not sure what their store hours are at this point. There's not an intention to close Vista Hermosa at this point in time, because again, that would require additional resources. So Target's aware of it, and they often get impacted by whether it's the carnival or larger sporting events as well. So I'm still in communication with them on how that may impact them.
Sure. And Lieutenant Manhart, I'm in all likelihood I'm going to completely defer to your expertise on this matter. I'm going to be disappointed, but I'm not in you, but in having to do it. Normally, your planning process would have started when?
In May. in May is when we start. We get together. We have an elaborate traffic plan that we work together with the city to announce closures, and then the big challenge is to get staffing members to commit to the celebration, and that's why we try to do it before there are other cities that have events, and we're able to fulfill the responsibilities that we have. That's why the 2 weeks is, I don't know how I'd be able to do that.
Okay, so it'd be fair for me, it'd be a fair assumption on my part to say that even if we voted to do this, you would have to go out and find deputies. In all likelihood, those deputies just wouldn't exist, at which point you would be severely understaffed to the point that it would create a public safety issue. We
would be severely understaffed regardless. What I would have to do is I would have to activate emergency services and get deputies out here. Well, the problem with that is the plan, and it's just not going to be efficient. So the getting to the coast, and everybody has participated in the 4th of July celebration. It's awesome having the thousands of people there, but the problem is logistics, parking, and then the emergency services. If something happens, response times, and getting in and out of there. And I absolutely cannot promise that we can make sure that that's open, because I don't have the staff for that. We're not going to have traffic units to be able to make sure that that happens.
Okay.
And that's what my concern was. So when when we were told that the city was planning on doing it at Vista Hermosa, well, we don't have the traffic plan issues where we're not closing off streets, so that way the staff level is not a problem. We can accommodate that now, and that's what the plan was all along. And so my concern is this is a significant undertaking, and I just don't recommend it at all, due to the fact that I only have 2 weeks to plan a massive event.
Thank you. And so for the event as we have planned it up to this point, do you have additional staff coming in for that?
Yeah. So what I did is I mandatoried all of San Clemente police personnel will be working that day, mandatory. So we're having all staff members there, and I'm also having other staff members to patrol the beaches as well, because we're going to have a large crowd. It is a Saturday. So I'm anticipating that. But the traffic plan, and for those of you that have tried to get out of the Pier Bowl area or any of those areas trying to get out, realizes how much of a problem it really is, and that's just not going to happen.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, Lieutenant Manhart, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Very good questions. Something came to my mind for Ms. Wiley. I've been in the past. I've been to the fireworks show in San Juan Capistrano, and they actually have their fireworks show in the park. And I remember bringing my kids when they were little, and we parked there. So you might want to look at them when you evaluate what parking spots that we could open up. Out of those 750 spots, we have the sports park, and see what kind of plan they have in place, because they do that quite well. Let people drive in there and park. So anyhow, but I completely understand, and I appreciate Chief Manhart's input on this, and we certainly don't want to put any burden on them or create any kind of safety hazard in our community without having all those logistical plans in place. Councilmember Ward, Councilmember Ham, do you have any questions or comments about this? Okay. All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have one last thing to say.
Oh, yes, please, Councilmember James.
I just want to apologize to all those people that are going to be disappointed that we can't execute this. And I feel terrible about it. We can't allow that to occur again. And my apologies and I'm groveling now, but I really wish we could have executed this, but there's no way I'm going to sacrifice public safety in order to have a 4th of July celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, Councilmember James. Well, let's go ahead. I concur, by the way, but let's go ahead and take a vote because we're not going to move this or have staff move this to the pier now. So would someone like to make a motion to return to just reverse that? So just have the fireworks show at the Vista Hermosa Sports Park, and staff will look into how to open up some cars to park there, because I'd love to make it more accessible to people.
Real quick, this is Chris Ham. I just want to comment. I think we're all very disappointed that the fireworks aren't going to be at our traditional spot at the end of the pier. I agree that it's a very unique location, and it's very beautiful seeing the fireworks over the water, and we've all grown up with the fireworks out there over the pier. But we are still in COVID times, and we've had to make sacrifices, and unfortunately this is just one of those very difficult sacrifices we're going to have to make. That being said, I'm aware of the fireworks project that's going on in the city of San Juan, and while they do have limited parking available, it's by reservation only, and you're not allowed to exit your vehicle. There's no pedestrian or bicycle traffic allowed. So I just say have staff take a look at that. And as far as a motion goes, I don't think we need to take another motion because we directed staff to do everything in their power. And one of our staff members, although he is contracted, just said it's not feasible. So I think it just dies there.
Oh, let's have our city attorney confirm that, please. I want to make sure for the record.
Council, I'd suggest that you take it back and give direction, so there's no question in between what directive council is giving to staff. So I'd prefer you to reconsider and alter your direction.
Okay. All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to reconsider and place the firework display at the Vista Hermosa Sports Park.
Okay.
Second.
All right. And we have Councilmember James made the motion and Councilmember Ham seconded. So I'll take a vote at the roll call. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye, so that passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, there are no public hearings this evening. There's no unfinished business. So this first item under new business is the warrant register.
Do we have any discussion about the warrant register? Any items to poll? Hearing none, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the warrant register in the amount of $4,023,325.72.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Do we have a second? I'll second your motion. So we have Councilmember Ward made the motion and Ferguson seconded. Let's take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. So the warrant register passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you.
Can we also have a motion to approve the payroll register, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the payroll register in the amount of $490,302.22.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. So we have a motion and a second, and we'll take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes 4-0. Thank you.
The next item is the fiscal year 2021 continuing resolution, interim expenditures prior to budget adoption of the budget for fiscal year 2021. And I do have one comment if you'd like to hear it at this time.
Oh, yes, please, City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, this comment is from Nate Vance, and he writes, Dear City Council, I am deeply concerned that this council was not able to pass a yearly budget for the first time ever. There's a reason why every other city passes at least an annual budget, even if legally they don't have to. Just because something is legal doesn't make it a good thing to do. I have the legal right to spend all my money without a game plan, but that doesn't make it smart. Now it seems like staff has no choice but to try a continuing resolution so the city can stay functioning. I have only ever seen federal government do this. And I never thought I'd see the day when our special town would be as dysfunctional as the feds. The feds put policies before people, hoping to score short-term political points at the expense of not having a solid long-term plan. This approach doesn't actually save money. It ironically increases the national debt and deficits because there is no plan, contrary to fiscal conservatism. The feds might have more resources to do this game of chicken, but it deeply troubles me to see it at our local level. Please end the game of chicken. I understand the passion to save money and be prepared for the looming financial troubles ahead. But as outlined last month, your staff has already proposed major cuts to be conservative and safe. Any deeper cuts, such as the 10 to 20% proposed by certain members, will not only hurt or remove services, but it's also random and irrational. It doesn't seem to have any basis other than being round numbers from another city. It seems politically expedient, but it doesn't seem to be generated by careful financial thought and planning. If it is, please correct me on the public record with your balanced revenue and cost projections that add up to the 10 to 20%. And please also provide examples of what services you are willing to give up instead of just asking for cuts without the work and research to back it up. The coronavirus fallout means prudence, but just like in our own personal budgets, if incoming money dries up, the city can always do mid-year budget changes and adjust as necessary as approved by council. That is the same contingency plan that's worked in the past. We don't need automatic cuts that magically get tripped at some unknown time or dollar amount. Staff shouldn't have to trigger contingency cuts on their own, especially since the council has given staff such a hard time for making emergency decisions on their own. Would you really be comfortable with staff making millions of dollars of contingency cuts without council, when apparently the council was disturbed by staff reacting to the state of emergency without a vote first by council? Let the staff do what they've done before. Propose the cuts if needed later, and you could pass them legislatively. Don't reinvent the wheel, especially when you wouldn't be comfortable with the new invention later. San Clemente survived the 2008 recession with these principles and processes used for years. It can weather this storm too, but only if you have a long-term plan. Operating by continuing resolution or month to month will only make us more vulnerable. I petition the two members of the council holding up the proposed budget to reconsider, and I ask the city council as a whole pass an annual budget. Thanks, Nate. That's all I have.
Great, thank you so much.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, we've actually gotten 2 more public comments in on this item. Would you like me to read them?
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Okay. I was very disappointed to see at the last meeting that council failed to pass what I saw as a balanced budget. Instead, certain members of council are fear-mongering and calling for cuts, despite the fact that anticipated revenue shortfalls will most likely not be all that bad compared to other cities that are more reliant on sales tax revenue like San Juan. You are putting the cart before the horse. I would like all members of council to go on record as to whether they support layoffs or not. All I've heard out of Gene James and Laura Ferguson in the last meetings were cuts, cuts, cuts. Laura even went so far as to say 20% cuts. Are you insane? Do you understand even the implications of 5%, 10%, 15% cuts? Do you realize you're talking about severe cuts to services provided to us citizens? I'm all for being fiscally prudent. However, I'd rather give up our extras, such as fireworks, the fiesta, etc., this year if it means not laying off staff that provides us with services that we pay for through taxes. We need people at City Hall to process permits. We need people to make sure we have water. We need people in code compliance so we don't have another Cordova incident. We need people to provide swim lessons to our children. We need people to patrol our parks and beaches, especially with our homeless issue. The list goes on. Please support this item and pass this budget tonight. Again, please go on record on whether or not you support layoffs or furloughs. I will not be voting for anyone who does. Stephen Marshall. And then the next comment is from Bill Hart. Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, the purpose of the continuing resolution is to allow the city to continue to function. This is a very low bar. If we are honest with ourselves, the fact that we failed to pass a budget in the required time frame is a black mark. I will give council the benefit of the doubt because of revenue uncertainty, which will largely be determined by economic conditions that are almost impossible to predict. I performed some revenue loss projections based on the city's experience during the 2008 recession. I found there could be potentially as much as $2.5 million revenue loss, but this is by no means preordained. Instead, it is a worst-case scenario. However, the proposed budget calls for $1 million revenue loss, so there is indeed some risk with current projections. The question is, how do we mitigate the risk? Well, now the city is not even adopting a budget, so all we can do is look at revenue figures as they occur. Monthly revenue reports are a good start, and this procedure has already been initiated by staff. There's no doubt we need to adopt the continuing resolution, but the lack of budget remains a black mark. We cannot allow this to go on indefinitely. With monthly reports, greater certainty in revenue projections should emerge. By August or September, our economic outlook will be a lot more predictable. I have a suggestion. Please give yourselves a deadline to come to closure on the fiscal year 2021 budget by the end of summer or early fall. Set a date. Our city needs the stability of a budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And that's the only comments I have.
Thank you so much for reading those, Deputy City Clerk and City Clerk. And do we have any brief presentation on this, Mr. Sund?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. Councilmember Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager, and I'll be very brief. So what you have before you tonight is a continuing resolution which provides a appropriations action to appropriate funding. In this particular case, we're asking for 6 months of appropriation, so half of the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021. Those appropriations are comprised of personnel, supplies, contractual services, interdepartmental, interfund, and debt. It does not include capital improvement projects. And so with those items on the budget page 73, you take 6 months of that 50%, and that's the $6.56 million. I do want to communicate to the council as it relates to CIPs. We, the staff, have committed to coming to the council every month to report on revenues and expenditures. And with that being said, we'll probably see in either July or August, we will be bringing some actions forward as it relates to appropriating the block of CIPs so that Public Works can begin the CIP process, because it's important to note that staff for those CIPs charge their time to the projects, not to the general fund. We don't want them to charge to the general fund. Obviously, it's the project. So I wanted to give the council a heads up. On a monthly basis, we had talked about we'll have to tweak the dials. I've used that term multiple times. Well, one of those first tweaks will be adding in CIPs, and we'll bring the specific budget for those CIP projects that we're asking for appropriation, so you can see as part of that monthly staff report with regards to that. But then going back to the continuing resolution, again, it'll be an appropriation mechanism for 6 months. So it'll allow us to continue to make payroll, pay all of our contractual services, and maintain other supply-related costs. And then in 6 months, we would come back and revisit the council, or before the 6 months, with either another continuing resolution, or if council was to give us direction, to come back with a budget for the remainder of the fiscal year adoption. At this time, that concludes staff's report. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Mayor
Thank you, Mr. Sund.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Please,
if I
Mr.
can be recognized, please.
Yes.
One thing I want to mention, the only thing we had asked for, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and myself had asked for, is actually just a contingency plan for 5, 10, 15%. We were not, I don't think we were ever suggesting to cut the budget 5, 10, or 15%, but we did want to see contingencies in the event we have to do. As being the first time going through the budget process, it was difficult for me to get the budget the Friday before the Wednesday during a long weekend that we had our budget workshop. So consequently, to go through that 319 pages was a little difficult for me. What I would like to, talk about is, number one, I'd like to have a better process next year. And with that, I could have an alternative resolution, and I would move to approve the budget as submitted by staff with 3 caveats. Number one, we filled the lifeguard position with one full-time employee, but not staff the chief's position. And number 2, any quarter that misses revenue projections by excess of 1.5% will result in a budget adjustment of a like number. And number 3, any change of end-of-year projections will result in budget adjustments according to what that projection would be. And with that, I would ask my fellow council members to weigh in on that, please.
Council members?
Councilmember James, I appreciate that, what you said. I think I would agree with that, and I'd be happy to second it. My only question, the 1.5%, is that on a monthly basis or a quarter?
Quarterly
Oh,
basis.
a quarter. Okay. So I think that's probably in line with what our staff has said that they would do, come back to us monthly. I don't know what 1.5% equates to. If staff has any issue with that, would you weigh in now, please?
One thing, if I may add, so for us, the city, when we get timing as it relates to both property tax and sales tax, they're in the rears. And so that could be problematic going forward. I definitely can commit to obviously monitoring everything on a monthly basis and reporting to the council on a monthly basis. There could be instances, and I'll give an example. Let's go with this November, where the next installment of property taxes occur in November. But we could see a lag in payments. So there could be potentially that 1.5% that the Councilmember James indicated could be triggered, but then by December, let's say, it could be back to normal because of all the receipts coming in. So I do give that disclaimer to the council with regards to that.
Mr. Sun, but if we do it on a quarterly, if we look at it from a quarterly basis, that gives it a more even flow, does it not?
To a degree, yes. What I would say, and if you would be open to this, Councilman James, is like, let's use the example of a report we look at a quarterly basis and we see that property taxes are lagging submitted and it falls below 1.5. What I would do, coming back to the council on a monthly basis, is communicate property taxes aren't all in, they're still being processed, so you do see, hypothetically, a 2% revenue reduction now because of this lag, but staff has talked to the county tax board and is confident that by the next month we'll see that gap closed. And so as long as we can communicate to the council and provide a good factual explanation as to why that specific lag occurs, I would be open to that.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I would also ask the city attorney, knowing that the adopted budget wasn't agendized, could they make a motion tonight to adopt it since it was previously agendized?
Yeah, thank you, Erica, and Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I was looking at the resolution presented at last meeting. It's substantially similar in substance to the continuing resolution that's before you tonight. So I think that it would be within the realm of notice that you would adopt the motion that's before you to adopt the resolution that have been the budget resolution with the additional caveats that Councilman has proposed.
Thank you.
Assistant City Manager, are you okay with the lifeguard position that I suggested?
Councilmember James, first, thank you for asking. I think what you said was you would like to see one full-time position added to the marine safety, not necessarily the chief, to maintain the staffing levels. And yes, that would be something that we could definitely accommodate, sir.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember James, are you saying we fill the chief position that's it wasn't cut, it was just not filled in this current proposed budget, and then allow that position to be filled? No.
No, I'm saying we bring a lifeguard on and in lieu of the chief.
Oh, okay. I can't support that. Now, let me, I wanted to clarify. I heard Mr. Sun saying monthly. You'd bring back a status on the budget, but Councilmember James, were you requesting quarterly?
If I was requesting quarterly, because I thought that would give a better, rather than a snapshot, it would give more of a continuous view. But if the assistant city manager wants to bring it to us monthly, that's fine with me as well.
I think that would be better, just so that we could have a better handle on the losses, the revenue reductions, should they be greater in the next fiscal year, more than $1 million that was projected.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, Councilmember James, and to your point, yes, we would come back monthly with a report on expenditures and revenues, but on a quarterly basis, to Councilmember James's motion, we would come back quarterly with the potential adjustments relative to the revenue threshold. And so we can communicate monthly to keep the council apprised, and then on a quarterly basis, which we already do, which is our quarterly report to the council, we would then provide any recommendations pursuant to the council action, as Councilmember James highlighted.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Briefly, I wanted to point out that one advantage to this format is I've forwarded to the council the link, the resolution from last time. Ms. Campanella and Bade also have access to it, so if anyone from the public wanted to take a look at that, they could request it.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney, for sharing that. That's very good. So tonight, so we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about the resolution, right, for the continuing expenditures, but then we're talking about also adopting the budget, from what I hear from Councilmember James. So two different things. So City Attorney, would we have two different motions for that in that regard, or a modified motion to this resolution?
I think what you can do is, what I had in mind, it's up to you, but I had in mind that there would be additions to the resolution added that have the modification in it to the numbers, and also the check-ins that he mentioned. So I think
okay.
Go to the resolution, and Joanne, Laura, and I, we can figure out how to have the additional addition to the resolution.
The other resolution, because this was agendized and the other wasn't.
Right.
Okay, so okay. Is there any more discussion? Councilmember Han, Councilmember Ward, do you have any further discussion, comments?
Yeah, this is Chris. I do have some questions and comments. So, Gina, I just want to commend you on bringing this item back up so we can get an adopted budget approved through the City Council. That being said, I just want to clarify. There was a slight distinction between what you said, Gene, and what Eric was saying. And so if we do not realize our estimated revenues as we move on quarterly, that you would bring those back to us and either illustrate why or come to us with solutions on how we can adjust the budget appropriately. Is that what you were shooting for, Gene? And I think this plays perfectly into our quarterly budget reports that we get already. So I commend
That's
you.
exactly where I'm coming from.
Awesome. So then I think I heard Councilmember Ward second your motion, and I'll be an aye vote.
Okay, and that's for the budget. So we'll go ahead and take a vote on that, and then we'll vote on this resolution. So do we have, let's go ahead and take a vote. So Councilmember James.
Aye.
Councilmember Ham.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
And Ferguson, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, is a no, and that was on adopting the fiscal year 2020-21 budget. City Attorney, do you have some comments? It looks like you're leaning in. Can't hear you. Okay. No, you're good. Okay, wonderful. And then the other item that we have here in front of us is the continuing resolution for fiscal year 2020 and 21. And if there's no further discussion on there, I'm happy to make a motion on that to adopt the resolution entitled the Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving interim expenditures prior to adoption of the budget for fiscal year 2020-21. Do I have a second?
If I need to, yeah, if I ask the question of the city attorney, do we need to move forward with it with the this continuing resolution with the adaptation of the budget?
No, I don't think so. So what I understood that you just did was approve the budget as a document with the modification for marine safety that you mentioned. To complete that action, I would recommend that you consider approving budget resolution that was presented last time. And if you adopt that resolution, the motion by the Mayor Pro Tem would be superfluous. You pass the budget resolution. So I'd suggest you finish acting on the budget by considering the budget resolution and then considering whether to do action.
So it isn't two resolutions. That's what I was asking you earlier, City Attorney, if there were two separate votes on this, and you had indicated yes. So no, we don't.
Separate alternatives.
Okay.
But
all right. So
I'd suggest you adopt the budget resolution with the caveats in it that Gene.
So we've already made a motion, voted on Gene's changes to the budget. I have the agenda item that you forwarded to us, Scott, but it does not have the resolution number included in it. Can you give that to me?
Joanne or Laura could provide that.
Okay.
I don't have it with me, but why don't you use 20-46? We know that's clear because
20-46, copy. So I move that we adopt resolution number 20-46 entitled Resolution to the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting and approving the budget at the fund level of the City of San Clemente for the 2020-21 fiscal year and the commitment of fund balance.
Okay, do we have a second to Councilmember Ham's motion?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember James seconded. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is a no, so that passes 3-1 with Ferguson voting no. Thank you.
okay. The next item is the fiscal year 2020 to 21 police services contract.
Great, thank you, City Clerk. Assistant City Manager Sun, would you like to give a brief overview?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. So this is a standard agenda item proceeding or following the adoption of the budget. So we bring back to the council the annual police services contract before you. This contract is for fiscal year 2020-21. So it begins July 1st of 2020 and it'll end on June 30th of 2021. In this, we're asking for both the approval to execute the contract, and then we're also asking for appropriation to the general fund for the full amount. The staff report indicates the changes in percentages as the contract has come through to the city. There are no changes to existing staffing. It is the same staffing levels that the current fiscal year is in. And with that, I'll be very brief and conclude that staff is ready to take any questions that they may have, and I also know that Lieutenant Manhart is still on, so if there was questions of Manhart, the staff recommendation is to approve and recommend appropriation for the annual police contract. Thank you.
So
thank you, Mr. Sun.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, we do have a couple comments when you're ready.
Okay, I'd like to hear those. Thank you. Please.
Okay, Laura?
Yep, okay. First comment is from Breon Parental. The city should not be paying for any increase in contract with OCSD. Violent crime has not increased. Assaults were up, and that could be contributed by the increase in full-time homelessness. The city is already paying too much for police services. We need our own local PD. The county PD sheriff's attitude pretty much is over the top. We need citizen-based policing and our own local police who know the citizens. County will always be increasing fees. Next comment is from Tony Rubolino. City Council, our police services with OCSD are more important than ever. The nation is enduring a critical time of backlash against law enforcement officials, generalizing the behavior of a few to the majority of officers. As this council session is in progress, 6 blocks of Seattle have been overtaken, including a police precinct, by Antifa and others who oppose the police. The angry sentiment of these rioters against the police is palpable, and the violence is evident through social media channels. Councilman Chris Ham, former Mayor Bob Baker, and the local fire union all endorsed a council candidate in the 2019 special election who routinely makes social media posts and videos calling for the defunding of police. In March of 2019, just over a year ago, Councilwoman Kathy Ward wrote an email to the producer of the John and Ken Show regarding the growing homeless situation locally. In it, she stated, and I quote, "It wasn't until the sheriff's whisked out on us that our program stopped working. She was repeatedly called upon to apologize for her derogatory statements, but never did so, at least not publicly. Council members, your words and actions have a significant impact on the San Clemente community and those sworn to protect it. As citizens, we may not always agree with OCSD on how laws are enforced, and that can continue to be an ongoing discussion. Our votes in the upcoming election season will be critical to reestablish law and order, making our voices heard at the polls. Councilwoman Kathy Ward should be given another opportunity to apologize to Chief Manhart and our OCSD officers, and that decision to recognize her own wrongdoing can only be made by her. Council members, please vote in favor of our OCSD Police Services contract and work to build a better relationship between San Clemente and our OCSD officers." Tony Rubolino. Next comment is from Stephen Marshall. Council is always looking for ways to save money. Why not do it here as well? This certainly seems like the biggest portion of the city's budget. How do we know we are getting the best bang for our buck from OCSD versus another neighboring agency like Laguna Beach PD? How about we do an RFP? Could we bring back San Clemente PD with grant money and maybe offset the cost by having SCPD provide services to other cities like San Juan and Dana Point? I keep seeing changing faces, and that happens with big agencies like OCSD. I get it, but if Laguna Beach can afford its own PD, so can we. San Clemente needs a police force that understands issues that San Clemente cares about. Homeless issues and illegal vacation rentals for a start, both of which OCSD fails miserably at. If the OCSD understood and addressed these issues, we would have no homeless people and people wouldn't be getting stabbed at vacation rentals. Stephen Marshall. And that's all I have for public comments.
Great, thank you very much, Laura. And Council, do you have any questions of staff or any conversation, discussion?
Yep. This is Chris. I just want to commend staff and our Orange County Sheriff's contract for coming in. I think this is the lowest it's been in 8 years, 1.22% increase. So I'm going to be enthusiastically supporting this contract, and I'll make a motion if there's no comments.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Ham. Do we have some comments or questions? Councilmember Ward, Councilmember James?
I do. Yes, I do. Mr. Sun, talk to us about transportation costs and how they're going to be, how they are delivered to us a year or 2 years. There's a 1 year or 2 year delay in the transportation costs, and how being in Aliso Viejo and commuting here is going to impact our cost maybe in a year or 2 years, please.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember James. So, your point, there was a period of time when Presidio was no longer utilized as a substation that the Sheriff's Department was deployed out of the Aliso Viejo substation. And so there's a transportation cost that is charged for that time transported back into the city. And from my understanding, it's between a 1 to 2 year lag before we see those charges. However, the good thing is we know those charges are coming. We know what those amounts will be as we get to that point. And so when we get to that point, just like you're doing tonight with approving this OCSD contract, we'll be bringing a future contract that has the budget to cover those transportation costs within that particular contract year.
Thank you very much. And I will echo Councilmember Ham on thank you, OCSD, 1.3%, 1.36% increase, or or a number to that effect. You know, we go back and forth on having our own PD. I can assure you those costs would be significant, particularly the CalPERS cost to having our own PD. We're still paying for the San Clemente PD, by the way. So I would like to see, what I would like to see, and Chief Manhart, if you could take this back to the command staff, you know, I would like to see the City of San Clemente City Council and Sheriff Barnes and the command staff, you know, come to a better relationship, and I very much would be willing to reach more than halfway across the aisle for that. And I would like to see Sheriff Barnes come down at some point in time and talk to council. But with that being said, I'm going to enthusiastically support this, and thank you, Chief Manhart, and thank your deputies for everything you do for us on a daily basis.
Thank you, Councilmember James. I just wanted to note, based on the comments we had tonight too, that the cost study that was done just 2.5 years ago did look at the contract cost model of providing law enforcement versus the in-house law enforcement model, and it analyzed all 13 of the OCSD contract cities, and it showed at the conclusion of it all that the overall use of contracted law enforcement services far more cost effective. On average, it costs the contracted agencies $215 per capita to provide these services, compared to in-house law enforcement police agency, which is approximately $395 to $400 per capita. So, and those costs to run the sheriff's department, they're spread amongst all the cities, so we get a lot of additional services we would have had to pay if we're just an individual police department. So, and I have a high level of confidence in the service we get, and I was very pleased to see the sheriff's letter to the cities. Last month we received a letter, and the sheriff did affirm that our police services is now, it's adequately staffed. So we have added deputies over the last couple of years, and he feels confident that it's adequately staffed to serve the population and the level of calls in San Clemente. So I too enthusiastically support the comments of Council Members Ham and Councilmember James. Councilmember Ward, do you have some comments you'd like to add?
I'll make a motion. Sounds like we don't have any more comments. So I move that we approve and authorize the Mayor Pro Tem to execute contract C-20-32 by between the City of San Clemente and the County of Warrant for providing for police services for fiscal year 2020-2021 to appropriate $16,998,470 in the general fund account 001-218-43625 to fund costs for the police contract.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember James. And let's go ahead and vote on that. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thanks. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, so that passes. The contract passes unanimously 4-0.
The next item is a contract amendment for interim city manager, and we do have some comments. Would you like to hear those now?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you, City Clerk.
Okay, the first one is from Rick and Claudia Petrie.
Joanne, could you wait just a second? Tim, there is one state code requirement that we need to check off here, and that's that there's a provision of state law that requires that before taking final action, the legislative body has to report a summary of the recommendation for final action on an executive's salary. And so what we want to report here, if it's okay, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, is that this is council consideration of an extension on the interim city manager's agreement. The hourly rate for that agreement is $137.27. It does not include benefits, and the amendment proposed here has 4 different events for its determination. The decision will, by one party or the other, that it ought to be terminated the date of January 1st, 2021 or the city's engagement of a permanent city manager. So thanks for letting me get those on here. We just have to do that on our report.
Yeah, thank you, City Attorney. I noticed none of that was in the report, so thanks for including that too. That's helpful. Okay, City Clerk, can we go ahead and hear the public comments, please?
Yes. So the first email is from Rick and Claudia Petrie. As residents and taxpayers of San Clemente, we would like to strongly encourage the City Council to find leadership that aligns with the majority of the wishes of those that pay their salaries. Please do not extend the interim city manager's contract under any circumstances. We can do better. Thank you. The next one is from Brett Gregg and Sheila Mahmoudi. Hi, our family lives in San Clemente, and we find the interim city manager to be the absolute worst manager of any city we have ever resided in. That includes Mission Viejo, Lake Forest, and Laguna Hills. His ongoing arbitrary actions are a great disappointment, and after he implements his illogical actions, he hides from facing San Clemente residents. The fence around the parking was absurd, and then his ideological-based reasoning to not remove it, even worse. The email showing his glee at making TMZ headlines for filling the skate park with sand is below the ethical standards we require in city leadership. Bob has always been a terrible leader and was absolutely the worst in Lake Forest. How he was appointed is a great mystery, but we can leave that for what it is. But going forward, we must terminate his contract immediately. Next email is from Cheryl O'Neill. I am in full support of a different city manager. Mr. Dunnick is disgraceful in his attitude towards residents of San Clemente. The sand and the fences were a waste of time and money. Laura?
Yep, got it. My name is Debbie Ochoa, and I'm a 38-year resident of the city of San Clemente. I'm asking each of you tonight to vote no on extending the contract of Mr. Dunnick as interim city manager. Prior to hiring Mr. Dunnick, we as a city have gone through many serious issues. Our community has rallied around you and spoken directly to you on matters from no hospital to homelessness to crime, the loss of 2 mayors and a sheriff's station. We've endured a split council, which no matter what side you're on, we're just not getting results. Please consider the following. Mr. Dunnick, with his experience, has made decisions and taken arbitrary actions which have not been successful and brought poor national attention to our city. He has not performed in a traditional city manager-city council relationship. His lack of acting on direction and insubordination has not been respectful to you or our community. I believe the organization starts with the people who vote for you to council to represent us in matters of health, safety, and community pride. You hire a city manager who reports to you your requests and time frames for results. He should be a leader to city staff and a trusted public liaison. He is to provide council with the best and sound solutions and results. Neither you nor the citizens have gotten any of this during his tenure with our city. It's my understanding that Mr. Dunnick has currently placed himself on a vacation and appointed Mr. Sun as acting city manager without formal notice to council, at a time when his actions brought great conflict to the city, strife with our sheriff, and unwanted publicity. I'm asking you to save the expenditure and allow Mr. Sun to continue on as acting city manager until a permanent city manager can be recruited. Mr. Dunnick is not a good match for our city. Please vote no. Again, that was from Debbie Ochoa. Next comment is from Chris Hostetter. First of all, Mr. Dunnick, our interim city manager, cannot be trusted to serve the best interests of our citizens. This is a side gig for this retired public employee. Mr. Dunnick is not invested in this community and has been shown by multiple decisions he has made that have negatively affected our city both financially and by instilling discourse between council members. It's time for him to be let go. Vote no on to extend Dunnick's contract. Secondly, it's my opinion that the council needs to prioritize moving forward with interviews for a new city manager. It's taken our recruiter over 4 months to be given the green light to present to council viable candidates. Our city council has been neutered for too long. Give the recruiter the green light immediately to present candidates for the job of city manager. Next comment is from Eric Ward. Mayor Ferguson and City Council. Robert Dunnick was hired January 22nd, 2020 as interim city manager at a salary of $137.27 per hour for 960 hours. Shortly thereafter, Mayor Bain issued a contract to recruiter Bob Murray and Associates to hire a permanent city manager, which was expected to take 2 to 6 months. After 4+ months, no progress has been made. What is going on with the city council to not be able to agree on hiring a person for the most important job in the city? No one has even been interviewed. This is exactly the same thing that has happened repeatedly on important issues where council members Ham and Ward block actions by council members James and Ferguson. Do they think that none of the potential candidates is qualified? Someone owes the San Clemente residents an explanation for the delay. Robert Dunnick needs to be replaced as soon as possible with someone dedicated to the long-term success of San Clemente. The city is in a crisis mode, and we need a city manager who has good judgment, makes good decisions, cooperates with council members, and is responsive to the citizens, unlike the present interim city manager. Several of Dunnick's decisions have even resulted in a national embarrassment to San Clemente. For the new city manager, the city should hire a manager from the private sector and not another retired bureaucrat. Regards, Eric Ward.
The next email is from Alan Hofstetter. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and members of the council, my name is Alan Hofstetter. I've lived in Pierre Bowl for the past 10 years. Regarding the amendment to the city manager's contract, I would recommend his contract not be amended and renewed. It is time to release Mr. Dunnick and find a new city manager immediately. I'm sure Mr. Dunnick, like most interim employees, hope to come into an organization, hold the fort down, get their double dip in, and leave when they're no longer needed. Unfortunately for Mr. Dunnick, he ran headfirst into COVID-19, and it changed everything. COVID-19, followed by the George Floyd murder, followed by nationwide riots, followed by the Rayshard Brooks shooting, followed by more riots and protests, placed Mr. Dunnick into a position of actually having to lead. If you go back 4 short months ago, when the entire world changed, and examine Mr. Dunnick's actions, it is clear he failed on so many levels. He failed you as the elected officials, and he certainly failed the community. I don't need to reiterate all of the horrible decisions and actions he has taken along the way. With that in mind, I am aware that the city of San Clemente has somewhere between 180 to 190 full-time employees. I'll bet if you were to dig deep within the mid and upper management level employees of your organization, there is someone already working for you whom, given the chance, might surprise you. There is very likely someone already working for you with the educational and work history requirements, along with the people skills and the common sense for the job right under your nose. Or maybe you need to tweak the requirements somewhat. Find this person, allow this person to work as an interim for a while, and see how he or she does. This might sound odd, but I worked for another organization that years ago, during a desperate period in the city's history, did exactly this. That city pulled an unknown guy out of the finance department that nobody knew much about. However, he had proven himself a good manager and was great with finance and numbers. They were desperate, gave him a chance, and he shined. He ended up being the city manager in that city for the next 15 years and turned it completely around. Thanks for your time. Dig deeply. You might be surprised. Sincerely, Alan Hofstetter. The next email is from James Hogan. As our country and community marinates in chaos and conflict, the Orange County Sheriff's Department evaluates their options to terminate their police relationship with San Clemente. As stated in the letter, it is because of the executive team, and after years of continued conflict, OCSD no longer can say that serving San Clemente's residents is mutually aligned. This is triggered by the city manager and assistant city manager fencing up a parking lot without council approval, the only parking lot fenced in Orange County. Then 2 council members vote against reopening it over Memorial Day weekend when Calafia State Beach parking lot sits open. Disgustingly, as revealed in the unprofessional emails between City Manager Bob Dunnick, Assistant City Manager Eric Sun, and Recreation Manager Samantha Wiley, the executive team gave each other kudos for their government overreaching and lame fencing and sand dumping experiment as a Hail Mary that made national news for how outrageous it was to control the public. The skate community moves around the sand, and the next tactic for Wiley is to stick the sheriffs on them, as written by Wiley. Quote, OCSD needs to start citing at this point, I think. End quote. She thinks, ironically, this is a public skate park where the skaters do not wear the required equipment and literally do whatever they want, and the city and parks department do not care. If they cared, it would be a supervised park with lighting. But because of the virus, they are going to destroy the skate park and send the sheriff out to chase skaters around who are more likely to be injured due to lack of equipment than to spread COVID-19. This is all about control. They do not care. The city executive team, led by city manager and assistant city manager, have made a national mockery of our town to the point that even the sheriffs want to escape, not to mention all the employees who have had to flee or who are suing the city because of laws broken, abuse, and mismanagement. Do not renew the interim city manager's contract. The same person who assigned the assistant city manager to be the interim city manager without council approval. This is so out of control. This is so out of control and abusive. It is shocking. It has been enabled by council for so many years. And why has it taken over 6 months to recruit a permanent city manager? All council members, for the sake of public safety, sanity, and our beloved San Clemente, please do not renew this agreement and contract a professional and permanent city manager ASAP, and clean house to remove out-of-towners like Sund and Wiley who don't live in San Clemente and don't care about San Clemente, please.
I'll read the final comment.
Okay.
From Tony Rivellino. In April of this year, Representative Adam Schiff wrote in a letter to former Acting Director of National Intelligence, Richard Grinnell, it would be inappropriate for you to pursue any additional leadership, organizational, or staffing changes during your temporary tenure. Former Acting Director of National Intelligence, Richard Grinnell, replied, only Washington, D.C. would one be appointed to a job but not expected to do the job. In March of this year, I had the opportunity to meet one-on-one with Interim City Manager Bob Dunnick to explain concerns about a city management employee who had negative comments made about him in the Employee Satisfaction Survey of 2017, a lawsuit filed against the city by a former employee alleging age discrimination and identifying this employee in the lawsuit, and a lie this individual put out to the Sheriff's Department and others, pointing out a rogue employee who placed signage at the Ole Hampton Beach Club stating pool access was reduced in order to fund additional deputies, which was proven false by public records. Interim City Manager Bob Dunnick indicated that he appreciated the information, would review it, but would only make recommendations to a permanently hired city manager, and that he wouldn't enact changes during his temporary position. To paraphrase former Acting Director of National Intelligence Richard Grinnell, why take the job if you don't plan to do the job? The city of San Clemente has also endured Fencegate, locking up the pier parking lot, Sandgate, sand dumped in the skate park, and we are now stuck with these ridiculous Zoom city council meetings while all of our neighboring cities are already meeting live and in person with appropriate social distancing measures in place, all under the watch of Interim City Manager Bob Dunnick. I think a placeholder for the city manager position is not what we bargained for, and I urge council to terminate the contract and continue to search for a permanent replacement. And that's all we have for public comments.
Unmuting. Thank you so much for sharing those comments tonight. Do we have any comments or questions from council members? No? Can you hear me?
I can.
No, you can't hear me.
I hear you.
You can. Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I'll say a few comments. All the public comments from the residents tonight, all 100% of them were against extending this contract to our interim city manager that we have, which really indicates that we need to really get a permanent city manager in here as soon as possible, with leadership and stability of our organization and somebody who's physically here. That said, extending this contract, I think, would delay that. And as it stands now with the interim city manager, we don't have him here as in a physical presence for the last 2.5 months, and we do have our assistant city manager who has been here throughout that duration. So it does seem like we're paying for 2 city managers at this time. So we do have a recruiter. I know that was said in the comments. We do have a recruiter that's been on board since late January, and that recruitment is underway at this time. So that said, are there any more comments from council members?
Certainly.
Councilmember James, please.
Yeah. In voting 2 weeks ago, I voted to present this contract to Dr. Dunick. The purpose of that vote was to bring this selection process into the light of day. Had I voted not to present the contract, that motion would have died in closed session, and it would have looked like some sort of backroom deal. My vote on this matter is not going to be an easy one. I think Dr. Dunick was put into very difficult situations with COVID-19, with the departure of Mayor Bain. But with all that being said, I will be a no vote this evening, and that's a hard no vote for me, having got to know Dr. Dunick, but obviously there were some decisions made in the city that has the vast majority of the city upset, had me upset, quite honestly, a few of them. And so I'm going to be a no vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Councilmember Ham, Councilmember Ward, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll comment.
Please, Councilmember
We hired
Ham.
interim city manager Bob Dunick, and he took over the city of San Clemente immediately preceding a pandemic. And I think it's unfair for anybody to sit and judge. Individual came into a city, had roughly 8 weeks to prepare, and was thrown into a very unique situation. And to hang him on sand and a fence, which, by the way, the fence was placed at the direction of the majority of city council with the previous mayor who quit, to close the parking because you guys voted to close the beach. So now to hang his hat on that, I don't think is an appropriate decision to make. I recognize, Gene and Laura, that you had your friends email in to be disgusted with this city manager, but I just want to take note that you guys were disgusted with the previous city manager. You guys were now disgusted with the current interim city manager. And now you're placing the power back in the hands of Eric Sund, who you don't want to be the interim city manager, and you've already made disparaging comments against him. So at what point are you going to have some self-reflection, and instead of asking why everybody else is the problem, ask whether or not the problem's sitting in the mirror in front of you. That being said, I'm not going to make a motion on this. There's no reason to go 2-2. So let's hear the next item.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Well, I'm going to respond to your comments. And first of all, we did not approve fencing to go around the two parking lots at Upper and Lower Pier Bowl. We did not. We did vote to close the beaches for a 2-week period, right? We did do that. And a month later, up went the fencing, 4 days before a protest. That's when I had noticed the fencing going up. So no, we did not vote on that. We did not authorize it. We did authorize just the cones, and the barricades were there, working fine. Other cities did that too, and no fencing. That said, and please, you've said this before, don't put words in your mouth. Well, don't put words in my mouth, okay? And I'm not going to comment on my professional relationship with the prior city management and the assistant city manager, okay? That was an employee here, and yes, it's not a healthy relationship, professional relationship, but I won't be going further there. So please don't put words in my mouth, and I appreciate that, because I'm not going to do that for you, since you reminded me of that last time. But that said, we are, in fact, paying for 2 city managers right now. We are, and we have been for about 10 weeks. So I can't support this. I am fine with us having our assistant city manager taking this role, and as he's been doing already for the last 2.5 months, and save our city the money, because we have paid about a little over $130,000 already on the contract with the interim city manager, and we definitely need someone here to have a physical presence in our organization to interact with employees. So thank you. That's where I'm at. And so we do need to have a motion. I'll make a motion, or maybe we don't. Well, let me make a motion to not approve the interim city manager contract that's in front of us tonight. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. We'll take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
I'm going to abstain from this vote, and I just want to remind the council that we are actively searching for a permanent city manager, and during a pandemic, we've essentially penalized the interim city manager for decisions made during a pandemic of which we haven't seen in our lifetime. So what will that look like moving forward for future candidates?
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Councilmember Ward?
I'm also going to abstain. I'm extremely disappointed in this council that you would leave our city with only one city manager while he's quite capable. You are handcuffing our city with all of the items that we have to do and all the work that we have to do. Essentially, that's not going to be getting done. It's going to be extremely hard to do. Other cities have 2 city managers, so it's not like we're wasting money. It was commented before in the CityNet contract that we no longer had the staff member who was our city manager analyst who worked directly with the homeless liaisons and the police, and we don't have them anymore. So we're already down that position in the city manager management. So this is leaving our city flat-footed, worse than not passing a budget. So I'm not going to be doing a vote on this at all. I'm going to be abstaining because it's just not worth taking a vote on.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your comments there. I think it's really important that we get moving on to recruiting, continuing on this with this process on getting a city manager. So, all right. Well, that motion ended up failing, and it was. Ferguson made the motion, Councilmember James seconded it, and 2 abstentions, so 2-2. And
I haven't voted.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you. Sorry, Councilmember James. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and I guess that just let's see. So we have 2-2. So we have 2 votes for yes. No on the contract, and then 2 abstentions. Is that correct? Councilmember Ward, Councilmember Hen, you abstained? City Clerk, did you have something?
Yes, the vote carries 2-0-2. So 2 in favor, there were no noes and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, City Clerk, for helping me out with that. That's perfect. Okay, so that vote passes 2-0-2. Okay, thank you so much. All right, next item. Let's see.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is oral communications part 2, but I don't have any comments unless Laura's received a late one.
Nope, we have not received any comments.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that.
So then moving on, next item is COVID-19 update by the city manager.
City Clerk Bade, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council, Eric Sund, Assistant City Manager. So some good news to report out. As we've been sharing with the council, as we've been going through the different stages for the governor related to COVID-19, last week we received direction from the state and from the county as to the next steps that we could move towards. And so I really want to commend our Beaches, Park, and Recreation staff, specifically Samantha Wiley, the Recreation Manager. We opened up the community pools on Saturday, and I know that the turnout from the reservation system has been phenomenal. We've gotten great feedback from the participants making reservations. I do know that there are a number of our aquatic partners, whether it's San Clemente Aquatics team, our Masters Adult Swim program, or the water polo team. We're working with them on their operations coming into the community pools. And so we're hopeful. We just received a San Clemente Aquatic team's ask as of this afternoon. So staff will be working with them on looking to allocate time. I think it's important for the public to know when we opened up the pools, our primary focus was to first and foremost serve the community, specifically the lap swimmers, and let staff kind of see how things play out with the new guidelines that we have in place and all the things related to COVID and how we're operating. And I can report that that's been successful. And so as we go to the next wave of uses with those partnerships, we'll be working with them to ensure that we stay within the guidelines per the state, per the county. So that's something that I think is important to report out. Also, I think it's important to note COVID-related thing that contactless curbside pickup has started with our public library, and so we have posted that information on our website. But it is available now for everyone to use with pickup stamp. And so please go to our website and you'll see information specific from the Orange County Public Libraries. And then very, very, very briefly, we have our Economic Development Coordinator, Jonathan Lightfoot, on the phone on the Zoom call. And I wanted him to give a very brief update. He is working with the DBA and the Chamber as it relates to the comments of potentially allowing for outdoor dining on Del Mar. So Jonathan, to give us a quick update, please.
Absolutely. Good evening, council members and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. There's a couple of things of note. Real quick before I jump into the Del Mar piece, I just also wanted to note that there's a grant program that'll be opening to our small businesses on Friday. So we have put out a social media post in regards to that, and we'll have a short window of applications for that grant money up to $10,000 per business. So we'll be reminding the business community about that piece. I did have a chance to meet with the DBA and present a concept for a closure of Del Mar to facilitate the reopening of our businesses in that area. And so we're beginning the conversations there. I also did a site visit with a couple of the members there as we work through the different details and coordinate with the different interested parties. And we'll be reporting more once there's a more firm plan in place, but we are coordinating with both the DBA and the Chamber on that effort and others to really support our local businesses as they begin to reopen. Thanks.
Thank you.
That concludes City Manager movements. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sund.
Okay, the next item under City Attorney is Status Report, TCA-Related Expert Services.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, it's Scott Smith, the City Attorney. There was a council consensus to have this report brought back, and it's a culmination of several months' discussion about the legal services budget and about experts and consultants in support of a particular element of that, which was the challenge to the TCA in 2017 to cancel the completion of the green alignment south of San Clemente and to consider instead several alignments which included freeways literally through the middle of San Clemente. It was determined at the time to file a lawsuit against TCA. And then the city employed various experts to provide guidance on traffic analysis, joint powers, and regional transportation governance, Caltrans and Department of Transportation regulations and processes, and strategy to support the litigation effort. Initially, those experts and strategists were employed under our budget as sub-consultants as part of the legal team as legal experts. As time has passed, the council has directed that the contract for advocacy and legislative support with President Michele still include the TCA effort, which is in full throttle this week, as I mentioned earlier. But to have those considered publicly and to be council approved non-legal sub-consulting. So that contract is in effect and will continue in effect until March of 2021. That's extended at that time. The remaining consultants have been working under experts agreements to the city attorney's office, as I mentioned. The current agreement with one of them, England or Kanabi and Holland, runs at the end of this month and is not anticipated to be renewed unless the council takes that up and wants to renew it under separate scope of work. There are other consultants that we still use regularly in the litigation, and those are IBI Engineering and Stan Oftley, who formerly the chief executive of and OCTA. So where those contracts stand now, without action by the council, except the direction given in your legal budget workshop, is as follows. As I mentioned, the appraisal contract remains in effect. It's subject to council approval and extension. The England or Kanabi and Roos contract are proposed to be converted to non-legal, small-dollar contracts can be approved under the city manager's contract authority on an as-needed basis going forward. The manager's authority for those contractors is not to exceed $25,000. As I mentioned, the IBI and off-delete contracts are proposed to remain on as legal experts on an hourly as-needed basis as approved by council as part of our legal budget and strategy. So as I mentioned at the outset, there's no reportable action to be, or there's no necessary action to be taken on this. These have all been implemented as part of the budget process that you've overseen. But as council identified in that process, the overall budget for these experts is estimated to go from $390,000 to no more than $50,000, as detailed a minute ago. That's not to say that this battle is over. The city's efforts to support Senator Bates in her legislation are being by formidable opposition, and the council going forward, depending on the outcome of that, will be able to decide what to do with that. In terms of the litigation, we don't anticipate that these experts will be necessary, except, as I mentioned previous, really technical traffic engineering and analysis for us in that battle. I should just want to mention in closing that the effort in the litigation is being handled on a contingent basis, advanced to the city, 100% contingent by my firm at Best & Krieger, and on the reserve side, an equal effort by the firm of Shepherd Mullen, even with council member Bain's departure from his firm. Two very capable colleagues of his have taken over and weighed in on that litigation as a formidable force. But that firm and the reserve are really handling literally half of that litigation too on their side. So that's the end of this report, unless council has questions or comments to follow.
Thank you, City Attorney. I have a question as to, can you provide the totals to date of these various experts? It's not in the report, like how much they have been paid to date since coming on board to help in these efforts. Like I know at the legal services workshop that we had in February, at that point, for instance, Englander, Kanab, and Allen was at $856,000 already. So can we have a list, maybe even just put it on the website, of how much we've paid these groups, these experts to date, just for transparency?
Sure. I think that's already up there because you asked for it to be done in the wake of the budget session, but that was a couple of months ago, and so we'd be happy
I haven't seen it.
Provide it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Thank you.
For sure. I'm calling it up right now. No, I'm sorry. I can't find it, but I will find out and make sure that it's updated with today's date.
Okay. Thanks, City Attorney. That'd be great. Council, do you have some questions? Councilmember Warren?
I don't have any questions. I'd like to thank Scott Smith and your firm for taking on this massive fight against TCA to protect our city from having a freeway run through the middle of it. We definitely appreciate that, and I know that many other residents do also, and they feel that we've been well represented in this, and trying to convince the rest of the county that arterial solutions are the best way to go and that a toll road solution wasn't necessary. It appears that TCA is backtracking on that a little bit, what we all agreed to a couple months ago. So it is important to have IBI on standby where we can get those traffic engineering done, or that just have them weigh in on what we're hearing from the different cities to help so that we're all on the same page. I think this is in line with what we said, even when Dan Bain was on the council, that we were going to lower our attorney's fees, and we've done that. I think BBK, they've went to a monthly retainer rate that was lower. We've tried to lower many other things, and having these people not be on just a contract, but an as needed, I think still accomplishes protecting our city, but keeping our attorney's fees down. So I appreciate the update, Scott. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a comment.
Thanks. I'll save my question with my mute button's not on. Please, Councilmember James.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for presenting this. I have no doubt that there is a component on that TCA board that would have no hesitation about running a scar of concrete and steel right through the middle of our city. Now, I think we have them. I don't think we have them on the ropes. I think we're winning on points right now with them, but I think we're going to have to be ever vigilant, because I don't need to name the names. We know the usual suspects, and you know, one of them called, I believe one of them accused Senator Bates of being a liar a few days ago. These are individuals that would think nothing of ruining our city for their own personal benefit. So I thank you for what you're doing. I'm glad we're reducing our legal cost and our consultant and lobbyist costs associated with this, but I think we're always going to have to keep one eye on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to point out our monthly retainer, Scott, isn't it about $38,000 a month? Our monthly retainer?
For general services, yeah.
Yeah, general services. I don't think that's gone down over the years. I think it's increased over the years. Isn't that correct?
No, the fees for general services went down quite a bit because they were paid hourly before that change in the engagement, and the paying on an hourly basis was more expensive than that fixed sum.
Oh, so okay. Well, $38,000. Okay, a month still. Okay, but these experts, the cost for those will go down obviously because we're utilizing them less. So,
and some of them weren't. Now, if I could respond to Councilmember James, we will keep one eye on them. We don't want to waste or squander money. It needs to be strategic. But anything we do with experts will be brought to City Council in closed session to discuss, first privileged, and we can share as we are here publicly as you direct. But those will not be added back into this mix except as an amendment to our legal budget. So I want to reassure you of that.
That's good. Thank you, City Attorney. So we can expect less than $2 million a year. That we've been averaging about $2 million, $2.2 million. I think last year was $2.4 million, but that included these experts. Isn't that correct?
That's right. We named a number at the budget workshop. I'm not going to forget. I'm hoping to.
It was $2.4 million last year, but we could see that go down. So that's good.
Having it, and I actually think with the direction that council's on, we'll be able to do better than that. Yes.
That's good.
That's important for being mindful of risks that drive costs, because this council's been very diligent about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we definitely have to do that considering the uncertain times we're in. So thank you for putting this together. I know I requested this a few months ago, and Councilmember James had seconded my motion on that. So thanks for bringing that forward. Are there any other comments? We didn't hear from Councilmember Ham. Do you have some comments?
Yeah, I would just like to say, the toll road is probably the biggest issue facing the city of San Clemente, and I would rewrite those checks again today if it meant that we have a victory in keeping the toll road from running through the city of San Clemente. So while I appreciate your scrutiny and making those numbers public, I think most people would support a doubling of those numbers if it meant we didn't have the toll road over the top of San Clemente.
Councilmember Ham, thank you so much for your comments. All right, so this is receive and file this report. So do we have a motion to receive and file this report?
Do we need a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I will make that motion to receive and file this report.
Second.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Ward, for motioning, and Councilmember James for seconding that. We'll take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Hey, Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes 4-0. Thank you.
Next item is council members.
Okay, council members, do we have any comments? It looks like Councilmember James.
Yeah, sorry.
Please.
I would like to make our meetings public as soon as we can. And if that means the community center with social distancing, I would like to ask Mr. Sun if there's been any exploration of that possibility.
Councilmember James.
I say public, I mean in person. Sorry, you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
I understand what you're saying. Yes. So Councilmember James, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmembers Eric Sun, Assistant City Manager. So staff is looking at acquiring the hardware to come up with a configuration of the community center auditorium that would allow all 5 council members, or 4 council members in our current case, as well as the public, to participate while maintaining social distancing and so forth. And so I'll have a better idea probably by the end of the month, because we need to get microphones for everyone and other things. My IT staff are working on that acquisition, and I'll be able to report in the coming week how that acquisition is going. But staff is moving to the community.
So are you thinking August?
Knowing that we only have one meeting in July, it would potentially be late August is what I think. It's just going to be a question of there's some technology that we have to purchase from a configuration standpoint to provide the live feed and some other things, but the goal is August.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. Any other comments, council members? Councilmember Ham?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, and I saw Councilmember Ward saying she's good, and Councilmember James, that was going to be my comment tonight. People are anxious to view their council members at work and get back into the chambers or community center or wherever it is will be. I'm happy to see we'll be going to the community center and get there as soon as possible. So thank you. That said, I'll turn this over to the city clerk.
Yes, the next item is adjournment. If someone would like to make a motion, the next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on July 7th, 2020. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. Via teleconference.
That's my motion.
What about adjourning to closed session? We had a couple more items
That's right.
yet to cover.
Mm-hmm.
So would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn into closed session before we adjourn the
Motion
meeting?
to adjourn to closed session.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councilmember James, do we have a second to Councilmember James' motion? I'll second. Oh, you did. Thank you. Councilmember Ham, we'll give that to you. And let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's and I. I'm sorry, City Attorney, do you have, this is really challenging, isn't it, sometimes?
Vicky, thanks for your patience. I was just going to maybe help you alert the clerical staff and the technical staff that the council may be reconvening the Zoom session if there's action taken in your closed session items. So if
Okay.
I will make an announcement.
That's great, thank you. Okay. So we're good. We voted, so we're adjourned into closed session. Leave.
the next regular council meeting, which is good. Are we good, Brian?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, we have action to report taken in closed session.
Are we all here? Let's see. Looks like we're all here. Okay, we're back into public session, and it's 10:12. And City Attorney, would you like to report out any action? Reportable action?
There was no reportable action taken except this item. On the issue of appointment of interim city manager, the council voted to appoint Eric Sun, interim city manager, effective Thursday morning, June 18th. That motion was made by Councilmember James, seconded by Councilmember Hams, passed 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson voting no, the remainder of the council voting yes. That's the only reportable action taken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
I'm going to we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, which is scheduled to take place on July 7th, 2020. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. via teleconference.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. And do we have a second?
Second, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. And let's vote. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. So we're adjourned at 4-0. Thank you very much. Have a great night.